streaming. Let's see if this connects to the live stream studio, and prayerfully it does. Says excellent. We've yet to see an image catching up with it. So now we see that. Now we go over to YouTube, and we're going to reset and see if our image comes up there, which it does not yet. Well, hopefully it'll do that eventually. We're going to try now to call our dear friend, Mr. Aristides, and we're going to press the right button there and get him going and see if we are live streaming at all, which I'll count on our friends in out there to tell me. Let me know if we're okay. Shit, why is this not? Oh, I get it. I just need to be going to home video. There we are. So live streaming. Oh, there we are. You get to hear me talk, and we are joined by someone. Somebody put an upvote in there. Okay. And everybody, welcome aboard. My love out there to Dietrich, Barry, and everyone else. Gonna thank all kinds of people, surely enough. And of course, we're going to. Okay, here we are. Give myself some notes here. Dietrich, Barry. Call again, he says. Okay, Dietrich, Barry. Alright, so let's go back to Microsoft Teams and get that call going. Here we are. Okay, I think he's getting ready to pick up. Right? There we are. Oh, thank goodness. How are we? We're live.
Yeah. We are okay.
Yeah.
And we're live.
And we're live. We're live and we're okay. And we are alive.
We're alive.
Yes. We're alive.
I don't know whether to say thank God or God damn it.
Yeah. Yes, it's always a tough call, isn't it? It's
really is.
It's so, my dear friend, are you ready to do a blurb, or do you want me to hold the stage for a few minutes? Great.
Yeah, I can do it. All right.
Lovely.
I think these days maybe we need to start with the most important thing, and that is Douglas urgently needs any contributions that you can spare for him, even if it hurts a little bit this time, to add another 0 on the end, or whatever you can do. And you can do that through PayPal, and you can find him there. You, as far as I know, don't need to have a PayPal account to do that. You can search him there at his name, which you should certainly know by now, Douglas Dietrich, or his handle there, which he always has on the front thumbnail poster of the program, Douglas D. Dietrich. Just get yourself to PayPal. If you don't know how, just go in your search bar and type PayPal. And then once you're there, if you don't find the link, I'm going to put in the chat right now. You don't ever really need that link. You just need to search him there at his name or Douglas D. Dietrich. But we will put that link in the chat just so it's handy. You can use that. We'll try to keep that there, but you never need that. Just remember to go to PayPal, search for Douglas Dietrich, give him money.
I love it. Yes.
Yeah. He needs it now more than ever, and he will explain the multitude of reasons why.
Yes.
So please do that if you don't do anything else. Beyond that, once you get to the here to the program window where you are listening, underneath that window, there is a thumbs up, like, if you will, button. Please hit that immediately. And that is important, not just to show your support, but to keep the algorithm on the up and up. And the reason that matters, well, there's a couple reasons, is that dictates how likely he is to show up in search results, whether it's for himself or for the type of topic matter he usually discusses, how likely he is to be put in sidebar suggestions. Those things are always on the side there that suggest things for you. And it's also important because there are those pathetic individuals who need to show up and put downvotes, either personally or with some type of automated method that may be corrected later, but in the meantime, it skews it down, not up. So you got to hit those likes and let's see, slide over, and all I see right now, or for some time now, is the notification bell. If you see a little bell thing, click that and make sure it's on so you get the pop-up notifications that the program is starting. Under the window there, it used to show me the subscribe status. Maybe they changed something. I don't know if anybody else sees the same thing. It no longer shows it there, but if you go to his main channel, if you see his name there in blue, that is a hyperlink. You can go to his channel, the front page of it, and it'll have it right there. For me, it says subscribed. Make sure it says that for you too. And if it doesn't, and if you cannot make it so, that could be because you're not logged in. So in order to do all of these functions, you need to be logged into YouTube. That's not as intimidating as it sounds. Usually, it's basically through it's a Gmail account. I don't know. They may have some way you can use other emails. I'm not sure, but I do have a Gmail, so it is connected to that. But you do have to be logged in. So no doubt it will somehow prompt you. Would you like to log in or make an account? So say yes. Do that. Once you've done that, under your little menu, which appears up in the corner, you can create a little avatar for yourself. Open up that menu. Make sure restricted mode is off. You are not a child, and this is not children's subject matter by any means. So if that somehow is on, it may restrict your ability to somehow connect with this program or other adult content, which we hope is, not that type of adult content, but keep that. That's your business. And if you know anyone who's having trouble finding Douglas, remind them of that also, because that's for age restriction. That means you're a child, basically, which you're not. If you are, we have no way of knowing that. But do please see the earlier donation message or contributions, and get a hold of somebody's account and just send money. Which is a joke, of course, unless you're willing to do it. All right. So, and then also under that menu, it says switch account. That does not mean other accounts per se. That is basically channels underneath your same login. There's no other login and password. It's the same account. But what it allows you to do is set up channels for different types of content. People could have a channel about this, channel about that, give them each an identity. But the cool thing is each of those channel identities can do its own upvoting, so that you can quickly kind of toggle between them for some extra upvotes. It's really not that hard. So please do those things. What else is there under the menu there? I think that's it for that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Take your time, though.
Yes.
We all love the dulcet tones of your voice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
No footnotes today, actually, but you remember them for other times.
Right. Okay, well, not today, but sometimes Douglas will have quite a lot to pack into the title bar, limit on 100 characters. And if he needs to footnote things that he can't fit in there, he'll have a little asterisk, and that will, if you look at the description below, it'll only show you a little bit, and then you click more, and then it'll show you a bunch more. This one today is light, but sometimes there are paragraphs upon paragraphs of fascinating references and information, and the footnotes will point to indicated sections there, which he wishes to highlight various cultural events, historical events, anniversaries, commemoration, etc.
Yes.
And so that you know what the type of topics that you find here and nowhere else. So please do note that. Please also after the live is over, it will convert to a regular video, and it'll have the same link, youtube.com or similar in the browser bar. So if you're going to note, record, or send, you can just copy that right out of the browser bar, the youtube.com or whatever similar for your device, and send it in a chat. Write it on paper airplanes and send it randomly into Windows. If you have the ability, make QR codes. There are free sites where you can make QR code for any web address. Buy yourself a little thermal printer. They're very cheap. Every time you go to a bathroom in a public building, which hopefully isn't the most fun thing to do, but sometimes you have to. We all prefer to go at home. But if you do, keep them handy in your wallet or purse and stick them, on the stall there. And, it's like monkey see, monkey do. People are going to see that, aim their phone at it. And pretty soon they're going to be taken into a world from which they will never emerge the same. But hopefully won't regret. I doubt they will. It'll take some time, but they'll appreciate, the life-changing experience that is listening to the program. So please share, actually, in any way you can. That you can also let's see, you can if you have the luxury of taking this in on a PC, if you're in the replay after it's live, you can right click during any time. If you hear an interesting topic, if you right click right on the window, it'll give you the option to generate a timestamp link, which is basically the same link as I just mentioned, except to have a little timestamp added on the end. It'll bring the person right to that point in time if you wish them to be directed right to that topic, which you think they might find interesting or insightful. And on the PC, you can also do the little clip thing, which basically you can chop out like a 1 minute little clip, is like a little teaser. It should have the channel, original channel name attached, although it will be published from you, I think, not from him. But it should link back to him. It's only like a minute though, so I was messing around with that a little bit. And I also don't think there's a way to do like the right click. I couldn't find it with a phone. Like usually you don't click with a phone, so it's like usually hold, press, and stuff like that. I couldn't get the timestamp link with the phone. There might be a way. I don't know what it is yet. Anyway, there's always something you could do, and likely several things you can do. I'll leave a comment after the live. Once it's in replay, the comments are or will be opened below the program window, which is different than the live chat on the side. That will likely replay also, depending on your viewing settings. May be there, but there will definitely be comments below the window. Douglas will put a pinned comment there with crucial contact information. Please make sure you upvote that as well for similar reasons to the main upvote, and also because they may be disappeared if they're downvoted too much. You don't want that to happen. Please feel free to leave a comment of your own, and all of this will help the algorithm also. Curious if I did the upvote on the last one. Why don't I check that? Did I do that? Yes, I did.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Usually do it. You do it like a few minutes after. You usually try to get it like right after, I think. After it closes. All right. That's about it. I really should put together a more comprehensive checklist for this.
Well, you do it so well, regardless.
Yeah.
When you're winging
that
it.
would mean, that would be a little too organized. Any fun? That makes it like a job, and we're here to have fun and learn and make friends. Except for sometimes.
Yes, I mean we try.
Yeah.
We.
It doesn't always work out, but that's life.
Sometimes it works out too well. Yeah. What about before I go monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies? What in the world attracts your attention? Foreign and domestic.
Well, okay, I couldn't. Some things just scream so loudly in current events, and even if you're trying to avoid them and you're in the most obscure, little, whatever chat with your friends, it still comes up, and I guess there was some revelation from this release of Epstein files. Something about it appears that I wouldn't have guessed, but something about Donald Trump and a homosexual fellatio and Bill Clinton. Yeah, I kid you not. I don't know the full scoop, but apparently there were some private emails released, which as long as they are credible, these people never expected them to be public necessarily. So you have to at least give them some type of I don't know. Credibility is the word. A likelihood of being the real thing and indicating real events of concern at that time, and that was apparently discussed. But how these people work. So, you're just up and coming politician, and there'll be a senior and also coming politician. And
coming, all right. Yeah.
That's just the way. That's just the way of the world.
It's like in prison. It's like in prison. The newbie has to suck the guy who's the first in the cell. I mean, it's his territory, right? So
I suppose I've never been in prison, but
yeah.
I'll take. I'll take,
I'll take that, yeah, you'll take that on my word, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping you don't have, very thorough knowledge of that.
And
for the record, Douglas is not gay, people. He's not gay.
Oh, delightful.
There are reasons he presents himself in the ways that he does.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And it's not due to that. Yes. Not that there'd be anything wrong with that, but that just happens to not be the case in this case.
Yes. So Douglas Marks says, by the way, Vicky Johnson says, so happy to hear you tonight. Thank you, Douglas. Love you, honey. Douglas Marks says, hello, everyone. The acronym for friend, few relationships in Earth never die. I love it. That's delightful. Oh my God. That's so sweet. So such being said, when this topic came up, was it in conversation, or this just kind of came to you on the internet?
Yeah, just on the internet. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I normally don't talk to people too much.
Well, that's not true.
In one-on-one conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's just put it this way: our man Aristides probably has more one-on-one conversations than he'd like to have. It's
yeah, right. It seems like I was having the wrong ones and never enough of the right ones, right?
Yes, and okay. Well, we're going to start with all this monologue soon, and as always, there's far too much to talk about. The numbers have gone up thanks to the fact that our man Aristides, his lips are dewed with honey, and he attracts the bees. So everybody's buzzing right now. We'll get down to it. Let me respond to dear Douglas Marks first, and let me find a good. Wonderful emoji for him. Usually one that is a nice neutral one. Okay, hugs. Yes, gotta give him uppercase. Hugs at.
Let me.
Yeah. You looking something up?
I'm trying to scan for what else, but there's not much that'll top.
That. Yes.
That. Yeah. It's not repeated too many times.
In fact, I'm not quite sure what to add to that. There's very little I could say to provide much to that. It kind of is. It's a piece of news that is self-contained. It's a self-contained piece of news. Anything we.
Right. Yeah, but this Epstein files thing or whatever it's really ripping the Republicans apart.
Thank God.
He said, well, he said, and he kept telling people like, oh, it's just a big hoax. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
Well, that was
Or,
his flaming sword when he was campaigning. That was his flaming
right.
sword, was the
Yeah.
Epstein.
Right. He was saying he want. Why would he even say he wanted to be released, knowing that he's in him?
Because I guess he didn't know. Maybe he didn't
Or
know.
or or they'll say anything at the time and
Yeah.
be like, we'll find a way
To avoid it.
yeah, to
Yeah.
avoid it later on. Right?
Yeah, and somehow it came through. He
Yeah.
was unable to avoid it. Yeah, at the time that makes sense. That makes sense because they were using that as a flaming sword against the Democrats. It was supposed to be all the Democrats are pedos. That Epstein has all the names and then
Yeah.
well, then they're in power and did
Yeah.
the Epstein files come out while Biden was in charge? Because I never.
Now there
Yeah.
was not in total. There was some. There was always some like flight logs like circulating around, but not like I think not the entirety
Right.
of it.
So for lack of a better word, they came out when Trump took office again. I don't
Yeah,
remember the chronology.
there was some recent disclosure. I don't know what portion, but there was something.
Well, I know recently they've been releasing more, but why?
Right.
Why are they doing this?
I am not sure.
In light of
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It may not have been intentional. Some of these things can be where like really determined people are trying to do like a freedom of information thing, and then it goes to court and all this stuff, and then finally they're like, no, I know a judge says, like, sorry, these are government records that are, the public has a right to know, and they're not sufficiently bought off or corrupted as a judge, and I don't know. That's a theory.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. I mean, neither you nor I have been paying too much attention to the Epstein files because there's
No.
so many other people who do. There are so many people who have made this. They've dedicated their lives to this. That
Yeah.
it would be redundant for myself to, okay, we've got an image here. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Is this, forgive me, forgive my ignorance. Obviously,
Yeah.
I was
It's
just,
AI.
okay. And the wall represents Mar-a-Lago or
No, that's the little building on Epstein Island.
Got it.
Yeah.
Palm trees. I saw the palm trees.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
so-
So it's a Trump hand against the wall, signifying the ritual act at the what is it, the Wailing Wall?
Yes. Oh, got it.
now-
Got it.
Yeah. But it's against that blue and white striped building
On Epstein Island.
and I've seen yeah.
That's very clever. At the
Yeah.
same time,
I don't know who did it.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to my mind that people need to understand who are producing these memes is that for someone like myself, it's confusing because people that pose is also infamous or very famous because of the Vietnam Memorial Wall. So many people, yeah. So that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Well,
that-
it's kind of generic in that you're at any wall
of respect.
shaped,
Yeah,
right, a sign of respect at any wall shaped
monolith. Yeah,
any monolith of whatever sufficient merit.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's I appreciate that. Okay, now everyone forgive me. I'm going to get my voice together right now, and our man Aristides has done an incredible job. He always does. We could not do this without him. And I will put it to you this way: I hang my head in shame, embarrassment, and disgrace for neglecting to credit Sammy Romero for his contribution last episode. Sammy Romero contributed $250 United States dollars, and of course he's always supporting myself morally with great advice and also with care packages, which are expensive. They are actually more expensive than most contributions due to shipping items within etc. For all the ladies together who are fans of Team Dietrich, some of them, like Holly and Heather, both on Team Dietrich, altogether contributed 250 United States dollars already this month. They have been credited individually, but Sammy Romero contributed another 25 United States dollars, and we've had T-Tank Barry conducting contributions twice monthly. As your own promotion is my sustenance, and your contributions are my lifeblood. As Sammy Romero is my moral lifeline, as Brendan Zoget is the backbone of my production, and Aristides is the foundation of my sheltering, T-Tank Barry is the very bedrock of my survival. Now, in breaking news, the Federal Aviation Administration will end its flight reduction emergency order tomorrow. The emergency order will lift officially at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, ending the reductions that caused mass cancellations and delays at airports, meaning flights will resume operations as normal, in theory. Theory, mind is not something to be taken too seriously. I would not bank on it, and I myself, if I could avoid it, would avoid making any plans. But basically, that's what we got from the feds. That's so. To reiterate from last transmission, Communist China's Consul General in Osaka, Kobe, Zui Jian, threatened to cut off the Japanese Prime Minister's, to quote his T, filthy neck without a moment's hesitation over the question of my Taiwan. The extraordinarily violent threat from Red China was deleted from his X account, and Communist China on the Asian mainland escaped international condemnation. But they'll be condemned plenty here tonight. We left off last live stream via Ukraine. A series of coordinated Islamist terrorist attacks took place on Friday, the 13th of November in 2015, in Paris, France, and the city's northern suburb, Saint-Denis. The attackers killed 130 people, including 90 at the Bataclan Theater. Another 416 people were critically injured, almost 100 to the point of being crippled for the rest of their lives. 7 of the attackers were also killed. The attacks were the deadliest in the European Union since the Madrid train bombings of 2004. A decade after Bataclan, France is more divided than ever. This week, France remembers the horrific Islamic terror attacks that have shaken the nation and its political system over recent years. Instead of healing from the violence, concerns are mounting that Islamic migrants, many of them arriving illegally, can never be integrated into French society. Not only are significant numbers of Islamic school children refusing to stand in remembrance of the victims of terror, new groups, many of them aligned with far-left socialist organizations, have started campaigns of violence against the state. The political class is at a loss over what to do. In England, across the Channel, Keir Starmer is fighting off leadership challenges as various plots to oust the unpopular Labour leader. Circle Westminster. There are many ministers of Parliament rumoured to be plotting Starmer's demise as Labour's popularity slips well behind the Conservatives. Both major parties are distant competitors to Nigel Farage's reform. This side of the world, 2.5 centuries on, the American experiment is still a work in progress, with the stagnant order and the end of rising powers meaning that Trump is an unlimited emergency scarcity president. Trump is the president who says that not everybody can sit at the table. The American imperial president, Donald Trump, has repeatedly talked about taking over Grönland, or Canada, in the most literal sense of the concept, by military conquest if necessary. But fools apologize that it's unclear if he's actually serious about it. Yet historically, American imperial leaders from the founding fathers onwards have cultivated the myth of a limitless frontier. The idea that constant expansion would solve internal problems. But limitlessness feels less possible today than it did 12 centuries ago. What does that then mean for Trump's America First model? The promise of limitlessness was a way of venting social discontent. That's why Trump is a turning point. He comes at a moment when limitlessness is no longer possible. For the Trump maladministration, the vision isn't a liberal international order superintended by the United States. There's a sense that the global order has fractured into competing superpowers, and it's a scramble for resources and advantage. Under the old liberal order, what people like to call the rules-based order, there was a sense that all boats could and would rise with the tide. Everybody could sit at the table if they just followed certain rules. Trump is the president who declared that not everybody can sit at that table, that not all boats will ever rise, that it's all a competition, and that the new world disorder of total war should be organized around competition and strategic advancement. Now, it's dangerous to be an American ally. President Donald Trump is cutting American imperial tariffs on Zhonghua Renmin Guanghegua, the People's Republic of China, by 10%, while raising them against Canada by the same amount. Once again, the message goes out that it is more expensive to be America's friend than our opponent. Canadians know it. After a year of annexation threats and aggressive tariffs, 46% say they see these United States as a potential threat or even an enemy. Only 34% say the same about communist China on the Asian mainland. Other American imperial allies are going through a similar recalibration. I spraketh here but yesteryear about how the territorial claims on Grönland have helped push Iceland into reopening the issue of European Union membership. South Korea's new president made his first visit not to these United States, but to Dainippon Teikoku, the empire of Greater Japan, whereas Vietnam is now currying favor with the Communist Chinese Empire. Even mine own true homeland and heartland of Dakwa Zhonghua, island nation China, arisen as we have to our astonishing current account surplus, now at 16% of gross domestic product, compared with a mere 3% for Hongzhonghua, or Red China, and envied by all the world for our manufacturing and exporting prowess, in chip-making in particular, is readier to negotiate with our old foe on the Asian mainland in tactical response to the unpredictability of the erratic Trump maladministration. Only Great Britain still remains a more or less committed ally, and even there talk is turning to replacing the current American-built nuclear deterrent with a wholly independent missile capacity, along the lines of the French system. I realize that there is limited mileage in appealing to America's old alliance system. I personally experienced it to have undergirded the most impoverished era our species has ever known. Impersonally, however, the position of the American empire as the wealthiest and strongest nation on earth was guaranteed. The reserve status of the dollar was an invaluable asset for successive administrations. And, as a bonus, other countries also got richer. Whenever I advance that case, however, I am piranha-shoaled by angry MAGA activists telling me that America should not care about other countries, that Canada has no more claim on American goodwill than the Cameroon and Africa, that it's all about America first. So rather than trying to convince you that picking fights with traditional allies at precisely the moment when the monolithic communist Chinese superstate is bidding for global hegemony is obviously treason on a scale so grand as to rival Ephialtes Zotrakis, the Greek who betrayed his countrymen by showing the Persian army a secret path that allowed them to flank the Greek forces at the Battle of Thermopylae 480 years before the rising of the Christ, leading to the defeat of the 300 Spartans and their allies. Let me instead make a domestic argument. The question ever being, who gets to tell America's story? Donald Trump is hoping to build an arch near the Lincoln Memorial, modeled after Paris' Arc de Triomphe, and dubbed by its critics the Arc de Trump. The World Cup is coming to 11 American cities. No doubt there will be fireworks on the National Mall. But what else is planned for 2026? The 250th anniversary of American independence. How to celebrate America's birthday. Or even whether to celebrate at all. Turns out to be, for some, museums and other cultural institutions, something of a conundrum. A lot of places began their planning in 2020, in the aftermath of the 1619 Project, and during the George Floyd moment. Their plans, therefore, tilted in the direction of racial justice. But, after Trump's victory in 2024, they were told that they needed to tilt the other way. An early executive order denounced the influence of a divisive race-centered ideology abroad in our land, and called for restoring truth and sanity to American history, under which the maladministration has sought to dictate what the American story even is, and who can tell it. Most federal funding now requires celebrating American greatness, military valor, and exceptionalism. In response, some local, state, and national organizations have simply refused to apply for it, believing, as the head of one organization told my son's husband, "The money is tainted, and I can't take it no matter what." Civics initiatives are among the most promising activities planned, and a number have already begun. Oregon Humanities is holding a series of community conversations, especially in rural public libraries, trying to build bridges across the national political divide, under the heading Beyond 250. The Bill of Rights Institute is co-hosting Schoolroom Civic Spees. Monticello, Thomas Jefferson's mountaintop home, is holding Feasts of Reason, dinner parties intended to spark civic dialogue. Meanwhile, even as the shutdown has scuppered or delayed plenty of plans, museums all over the country are mounting exhibits and announcing programs, urging Americans to ponder this moment. The Metropolitan Museum of Art will be hosting a conversation with Ken Burns in January on the art of the American Revolution, along with a screening of excerpts from Burns' magisterial new 6-part series, The American Revolution, out this 16th day in November today on PBS, the answer to your binge-watching needs. Now, our Brendan Zogit says, even Brian Johnson sells organic olive oil that is good for the body. What do you do, Doug? I'm looking at this extra virgin olive oil. Well, you know, our man Brendan, he's a vegan. This is big news to him. Single source, over 400 milligrams of polyphenols, cold pressed. Cold pressed for purity. That could be the name of the Brendan Zoget band instead of Coldplay. Cold pressed. Okay. And all this, as I point out on the Eventide, is taking place under the shadow of a crucial political debate in these United States, in which Americans of every political stripe are asking, are the people still their own rulers? Is the law still king? Exempli gratiae. In aftermath of transatlantic post-Kirk authoritarianism, out of England, conspiring to cancel myself, Westminster, California is honoring the agitator Charlie Kirk. Well, at this very link I'll provide you now from the Los Angeles Times. I'm going to put it both in the chat, on live streaming, and then put it into, of course, the infinite call, not the call that I'm on with our dear friend Aristides. And this way, of course, everyone, including himself, can access it thereby. And why this is even important enough to rate my attention. Well, let me get into that. Okay. The Turning Point USA founder is getting a place of honor in Westminster, California, as it dedicates a street and a day to Charlie Kirk. The slain paleo-reactionary provocateur Charlie Kirk, who was fatally shot in Utah in September at the age of 31, never hosted a single rally or event in Westminster, California. The founder of Arizona-based Turning Point USA was historically most active away from suburbs like that Orange County hamlet, preferring his provocation of students on college campuses nationwide. He will, however, hold a place among the heroes of Westminster now, the local city council recently having voted to name a street near City Hall and designate a day in honor in October, my own birth month, to honor Charles James Kirk. Now, all of this goes back to the Vietnam War, when many Vietnamese emigres understood that the people who kept the war going, and hence their Republic of South Vietnam alive, were Republicans. They blamed the Democrats for the Vietnamization of the war, even though that was done under the staunchly ultra-Republican Richard Milhous Nixon. They felt that the Democrats forced that betrayal. Hence, the overwhelming majority of the original wave of emigres, first generation, second generation, formed what was known as VISAR, VISAR, or Vietnamese Industrial Strength Anti-Communist Republicans. A party in and of its own right, a kind of sub-party, a state within the state of the Grand Ole Party. So in terms of how Kirk is being lauded, city council members voted 4-1 on Wednesday midweek last to partially rename All American Way after Kirk. His name will appear in 3-inch font below the official street name. The small street runs parallel to the Vietnam War Memorial at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, named after a World War II soldier who lived in Westminster. That monument, mounting the names of soldiers, Americans, and South Vietnamese who died in the conflict. In the 2024 election, the precincts surrounding the street voted in favor of President Trump over the former president, vice presidentress Kamala Harris, by a 57% to 40% margin. According to a city staff report, replacing the street signs to add Kirk's name is expected to cost 3,000 United States dollars. Oh my God. Just getting in some news here from our dear friend Brendan, who keeps an eye on Brian Johnson. Oh, there he is. Oh my God, they actually use the term. Brendan, could you do me a favor? Did you put that into the Okay, you did. You put that into infinite call. Okay, so Aristides can see that. They actually referred to Brian Johnson, Blueprint founder, with his blood boy. After having poor health habits as a kid, this is from Brian, presumably. Hello, friend. After having poor health habits as a kid, running myself into the ground from 20 years of building companies and a decade of chronic depression, now, at the chronological age of 47, my health biomarkers are in the top 1%. And not just the top 1% of 47-year-olds, but on some of my markers, I'm in the top 1% of 18-year-olds. And he's with a young man whose blood he's been using, who, I must confess, this lad he's pretty ripe at this point. This is not, this kid's not, he's, yeah, he basically took your shtick, yes, dude, only to degree. It's all a matter of degree. um, it's his son. Yes. Oh my God, he really did take my fucking shtick. Son. Yeah, in quotes. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's yeah. His son is not particularly attractive. He doesn't look like someone whose blood I would particularly want, except in a pinch. Oh, it's so he made the video about the vampire thing too. He did. He is stealing my shtick. So's Elon Musk. So are all of them. I mean, it really fucking sucks. These people have no lives of their fucking own. These multimillionaires are literally stealing my life. They're copping my playbook. Yeah, they can't get the narrative down, of course, but they're taking. They're trying to emulate what they feel are my secrets. At any rate, back to Westminster, California. Those in favor of the honors are the honorary white mayor, Chai Charlie Nguyen, a Vizar, a Vietnamese industrial strength anti-communist Republican, who is running for Congress next year. Brought forth the change because he claims Kirk reflects the values that make Westminster truly special: pride in our country, belief in our freedom, and the spirit of civic engagement. With his cheerleading council member, Amy Fawn West, who changed her own ancestral surname by marrying into whiteness, calling Kirk a champion of free speech and an American patriot, while criticizing the small font on the street sign as an inadequate way to honor his memory. With a separate proposal she introduced in the city to designate October 14th, Charlie Kirk and George Floyd's mutual birthday, as Charlie Kirk Day alone, having also passed, with herself declaring, his commitment to protecting the principle of open dialogue and opposing tyranny has been a significant impact on our nation's conversation. Yes, here we are. And Brendan's telling me not to flatter myself. Oh, well, yes. Let's put it this way. I don't think I am. If anything, I'm being insulted by the clowns that are emulating my lifestyle. Okay, all such having been ascertained. The 14th day in October now marks the birthday of 12 very different FAMs, false American martyrs. On that day, in 1973, George Floyd was born. And as everyone knows only too well, he died in 2020 after being placed under arrest by a Minneapolis police officer. 20 years later, Charlie Kirk was born on the same October day. The nation is still coming to terms with his rub out while speaking to students on the Utah Valley University campus some 66 days ago. Floyd's death was the result of white impunity and police immunity. Officer Derek Chauvin was convicted of second-degree murder, but on the basis that he killed Floyd unintentionally. Kirk was struck down in a pansy spat with no explicitly political motive. Floyd was unknown to the world until his death, while the 31-year-old Kirk had founded and built one of the most powerful organizations in our country, not to mention being the confidant of the most power-mongering president since FDR. Both deaths were not just live-action spectacles. They had profound political and social aftershocks that have reshaped the national psyche. And as the anniversary of their birth passed, how that day was marked by their respective followers revealed how close to boiling point America really is. The House and Senate have passed a resolution deeming October 14th of this year a National Day of Remembrance for Kirk, a tauntingly offensive measure aimed merely at encouraging the country, in their words, to observe this day with appropriate programs, activities, prayers, and ceremonies that promote civic engagement and the principles of faith, liberty, and democracy that Charlie Kirk championed. By the way, I thank the wards being placed in the infinite call by our dear Brendan Zogit to help keep us on bandwidth. Hopefully they will help to deter our constant threat of DDoS, our directed denial of service attacks. We've even got a bear trap set up for them, and an exile of the wicked. Thank you so much, along with the judgment of Anubis, I must recite. Thank you so much, dear Brendan. Deeply appreciated. And all such having been said, the Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, was among the 22 Democrats to walk out of the House chamber during that vote that rendered October 14th effectively a national holiday. That act marked a stark contrast from June of 2020, when Pelosi and her colleagues, dressed up in performative kente cloth stoles, knelt for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the time Floyd was pinned under a cop's knee in the Capitol building's Emancipation Hall to honor Floyd, with Pelosi declaring, "We're here to observe that pain. We're here to respect the actions of the American people, to speak out against that." There was, of course, much pain to observe. Floyd's death kicked off a summer of divisive disorder that yielded pain, destruction, and still more death. Again, thanking Brendan for incoming mirror force, mirror wall, and ward protections. And my love unto him for his occult reinforcement. Now, those of you who might forget, in 2020, in the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul alone, more than 1,500 businesses were damaged and well over $500 million in property destruction was wrought in violent riots in the days after the Floyd killing. 5 years later, businesses are still struggling. Well, 6 years by now, we're approaching. One resident noting, and here I quote his they, "Even the guy that, helped George Floyd, helped the guy get convicted for the murder. He had a black Chinese spot. He had to move out because he couldn't afford it, He wasn't generating any income." By the fall of 2020, the Insurance Information Institute was projecting that across only 20 states, $1 to $2 billion in paid insurance claims were forthcoming. The losses were more than pecuniary. It was reported that 17 people had died in incidents stemming from the unrest following Floyd's May 25th death, Among those killed was David Dorn, a 77-year-old retired black African-American police officer who was shot and killed after responding to a break-in at his friend's pawn shop in St. Louis. Contrast this carnage with the reaction to Kirk's premeditated homicide, falsely promoted as having been perpetrated on the basis of his virally virulent beliefs. A purpose murder that was prepensedly exploited by America's Russian radicalized right and lied about in the popular press. But where are the riots? Where's the violence and recriminations? What about the vandalism and economic ruin? All such was obviated by the very physical fact that the Kirkster crowd in effect owns all the property, and such being the case, was ergo sublimated into the noachic flood of festering bitterness as dissimulated by the platitudinal pablum of Trump's own reality pageant employee, Erica Kirk, the prepositioned widow of the fallen and the designated heiress to his terrorist organization, which you can find out more about via the YouTube itself, and we place that link here for you to access in the chat, and we place it onto our infinite call, where of course we've also had some incoming messages from dearest Brendan that all right, yes, of course, provide myself some moral support in the shape of the various ladies who act kind of as my guardian angels in symbolism and in art. My muses, if you will. With this, we turn our attention back to the task at hand. Bad actors have been taking advantage of both fatal pasquinades, any good actors having been blacklisted by those who monopolized the stage. How October 14th was marked demonstrates that the left and right haven't learned a single lesson from their latest self-righteous moral panics, and only evinces that the American anti-culture is not yet done excusing the indefensible, both then and now. There being but one lone caballero council member in Westminster who opposed all this, exposing his colleagues as exploiting Kirk's death to score political points and, at one point, emphasizing the aforecited honorary White Visar, VISAR, Vietnamese Industrial Strength Anti-Communist Republicans, West End Nguyen, were trying to out-Republican each other. The Westminster Vice Mayor, Carlos Manzo, the lone Democrat on the dais, was the sole vote against designating the street, observing that it's totally inappropriate given that Kirk never lived in Westminster and had no ties to the community whatsoever, while chastising his colleagues for forcing Westminster into a national political debate rather than focusing on the city's fiscal challenges and making life better for residents. A complaint echoed by many residents who spraketh at that meeting. To quotist the Manzoman, "That's what you're doing, exploiting a tragedy for political gain. You're going to go out there and campaign with it and say, 'Look, I got this done in my city.'" In terms of controversies elsewhere, in Villa Park, California, a high school teacher allegedly removed a memorial to Kirk that was set up by students. In Huntington Beach, another Orange County, California city, frequently at the center of our national culture war debates, a September memorial for Kirk at the pier took a dark turn when a group of men joined the crowd chanting, "White men fight back! White men fight back!" This Trump-Putinist vibe shift is so powerful that its tremors have toppled the president-elect of the Oxford Union. The Anglosphere was a cultural and political continuum even before Elon Musk began to fret about free speech in the United Kingdom. Just as Great Britain caught the DEI, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion virus from the United States, now it's getting the cure, albeit it has some nasty side effects. Such observation obligates myself to give you a sense of the importance of the Oxford Union, a debating society founded 1,200 years ago by undergraduates. Although you generally have to be an Oxford student to join, it's institutionally separate from the university and is managed as a private club. Oh, great, some new images here. Thank you so much, Brendan. I appreciate that profoundly. I'm trying to heart it here and canceling myself out. Let me make certain to respond to that most properly. Here we are. This'll do. And with that, back to the task at hand. No other national entity, let alone serial empire, kind of like a serial killer, except on an imperial scale, sports a political system so dominated by a single university. Of the 18 prime ministers since World War II, one graduated from Leeds, one graduated from Edinburgh, and 3, including Winston Churchill, never attended college at all. The other 13 were all at Oxford, and most of them learned their debating skills at the Oxford Union. To be the president of the Oxford Union, following in the footsteps of W.E. Gladstone, Benazir Bhutto, the former Prime Ministress of Pakistan, who was assassinated by pretty much every man in the nation. That's a story in and of itself. And Boris Johnson is a very big deal. Hence the intensity of the row when the current president-elect, a Rasta chap named George Abrione, who physically presents himself as unto Irina Zarutska's murderer, De Carlos Brown, in an academic subfusk, gloated over Charlie Kirk's murder on WhatsApp. Quote, Charlie Kirk got shot, LOOL, unquote. The closure being either the rally cry of his Jamaican posse or representative of Schadenfreude. Abrione was slow to apologize, initially pointing out quite rightly that the recently departed Kirk's statements were at least as provocative as his own. Eventually, under pressure, he said his early reaction did not reflect my values. Abrione's real error was failing to take account of the Russo-rightist revolution in public discourse since the 12 pivotal events of the past 3 years. Musk's purchase of Twitter, now X, and President Donald Trump's election. Had he spraketh, as he did during the corona fever-heated Black Lives Matter summer of 2020, only the Fox grievance mill would have batted a white eyelid. The mainstream mass media machine would have recycled Kirk's most extreme statements, and anyone who criticized Abrione would have been called far-right. And such was the very line his supporters tried to take last month when it became clear that he was facing a confidence vote. As the ballots were counted, they realized, to their bewilderment, that dismissing critics as racists no longer worked. Abrione lost by more than 2/3 majority needed to oust him. A majority, it must be said, made up of the exceptionally high number of alumni who felt strongly enough to cast their ballots. In normal times, it is unusual for former students to bother voting. This time, the adults had to step in. That was not enough for numerous American reactionaries who called for Abrione to be prosecuted for incitement or at least expelled by his college. I found it depressing to see so many self-declared free speech warriors becoming authoritarian the moment the shoe was on the other foot. A WhatsApp message about someone who had already been shot can hardly be incitement. And removing a student from a university because of something he said that was unrelated to his studies is what right-wingers used to call cancel culture. I feel not an iota of sympathy for George Abarione because, in every sense, I find his very presentation repulsive and can only conclude that he was pulled into place for that very reason, so that his electorate could convince themselves that they had at last overcome what they've been inculcated into interpreting as an inherently racist aesthetic. But he did not break any laws. It's rather sadder instead to see free speech treated contingently, as something to uphold only when you agree. It's not just that he was removed for saying the sorts of things that his recent predecessors could have said without consequences. Paradoxically, he could no longer lead the Oxford Union, a society that exists to exercise free expression. That pro-Kirk authoritarianism, in the end, will destroy our open societies either side of the Atlantic, ironically realizing what was always George's own objective. Sinister pragmatism is already prompted the ultra-wealthy to purchase the mainstream mass media machine in toto. The second richest man on earth after Vladimir Putin owns X. The family of the third richest man owns Paramount, which owns CBS, and will soon own Warner Brothers, which in turn owns CNN. The fourth richest man owns Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The fifth richest man owns the Washington Post and Amazon MGM Studios. The mega multi-billionaire Murdoch dynasty of Australia owns Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, and the New York Post. Why are the ultra-rich buying up so much of legacy media? Vanity plays its petty part, but there's a much more pragmatic, I can only say sinister, reason. If you're a multi-billionaire, you view democracy as a potential threat to your net worth. Control over a significant share of the dwindling number of legacy mainstream media machine outlets enables you to effectively hedge against democracy by suppressing criticism of yourself and other plutocrats, and discouraging any attempts to, for example, tax away your wealth. You also have Donald Trump to contend with. In his second midterm of office, Trump has brazenly and illegally abused the power of the presidency to punish his enemies and reward those who lavish him with praise and profits. So of course it shouldn't have been surprising that the editorial board of the Jeff Bezos-owned Washington Post defended the raising of the East Wing of the White House to build Trump his giant ballroom, without disclosing that Jeff Bezos-owned Amazon is a major corporate contributor to the ballroom's funding. The Post's editorial board also applauded Trump's Defense Department's decision to obtain a new generation of smaller nuclear reactors, but failed to mention Amazon's stake in X Energy, a company that's developing small nuclear reactors. And it criticized Washington, the District of Columbia's refusal to accept self-driving cars without disclosing that Amazon's self-driving car company was trying to get into the Washington, D.C. market. These breaches are inexcusable. It's much the same with the family of Larry Ellison, founder of the software firm Oracle, and the fourth richest person in the world. Because Vladimir Putin nationalized all national assets in Russia, and therefore no one on earth today can touch his wealth. But Ellison is a longtime Trump donor, like Putin, who also, according to court records, participated in a phone call to discuss how his 2020 electoral defeat could be contested. A phone call not just with Trump, but with Vladimir Putin. In June of 2025, Ellison and Oracle were co-sponsors of Trump's military parade in Washington. At the time, Larry and his son David, founder of Skydance Media, were waiting for the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, to approve their $8 billion merger with Paramount Global, owner of CBS News. In the run-up to the sale, Some top brass at CBS News and its flagship 60 Minutes resigned, citing concerns over the network's ability to maintain its editorial independence and revealing pressure by Paramount to tamp down stories critical of Donald Trump. No matter, too much money was at stake. In July, Paramount paid $16 million to settle Trump's frivolous lawsuit against CBS and canceled The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, much to Trump's openly touted delight. 3 weeks after the settlement was announced, the Trump loyalist Brendan Carr, chair of the FCC, approved the Ellison's deal, making David chief executive of the new mainstream mass media machine giant Paramount Skydance and giving him total control of CBS News. In October, David made the anti-woke opinion journalist Barry Weitz the CBS News editor-in-chief, despite her lack of experience in either broadcasting or news. Earlier this month, it was revealed that CBS News heavily edited Trump's latest 60 Minutes interview, cutting his invidious boast that the network paid me a lot of money just to show up and be here now. You know, I'm old enough to remember when CBS News would never have surrendered to a demagogic president. But that was when CBS News, the home of Edward R. Murrow and Walter Cronkite, was the independent of the rest of CBS, and when top management of CBS had independent responsibilities to the American public. It is impossible to know the full extent to which criticism of Trump and his maladministration has been chilled by the mainstream mass media machine owning multi-billionaires, or what fawning coverage has been elicited. But what we do know is that mainstream mass media machine owners like Musk, Bezos, Ellison, and Murdoch are businessmen first and foremost. Their highest goal is not to inform the public, but to make money. They know Trump can wreak havoc on their businesses by imposing unfriendly FCC rulings, enforcing labor laws against them, or denying them lucrative government contracts. And in an era when wealth is concentrated in the hands of but a few individuals who have amassed all Dietrich, that's die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak for Meisterschlüssel, or Master Key, legacy media, with a thin-skinned president who is willing and able to violate all laws and norms to punish or reward, there be the immediate emergency that the public is not getting the truth it needs to function in this democracy. What to do about this? At the least, mainstream mass media machine outlets must inform their reviewers about any and all potential conflicts of interest, and mainstream mass media machine watchdogs and professional associations must ensure they do so. A second suggestion, my advisement, when or if the United States ever retains a saner government, is that anti-monopoly authorities not approve the purchase of any mainstream mass media machine outlet by someone with extensive businesses that could pose conflicts of interest. Acquisition of a mainstream mass media machine company must be treated differently than the acquisition of, say, a company developing self-driving cars or one developing small nuclear reactors, because of the mainstream mass media machine's central role in our democracy. Okay, great distractions coming my way. A third advisement is to review and support media such as Critical Omissions, which is not beholden to any wealthy owner or powerful advertiser, and does not compromise our integrity to curry favor with the powerful. To the contrary, Team Dietrich aims to do what every greater legacy source of news and views should be doing, especially in these dark and dangerous times: illuminate enlighten, and elucidate. This is why I avidly host each day's twice weekly episode, and why I host it despite all assets assigned to take us down. As the Washington Post's slogan still sayest, democracy dies in darkness. Today, darkness is closing in because a dementing demagogue sits in the Oval Office, and so much of the American empire's wealth and legacy media ownership is concentrated in the hands of a few people so easily manipulated by that deranged demagogue. We must fight to get our democracy back. Supporting the last-born son of Hitler is the one good place to begin. Because the notorious white nationalist social media personality Nick Fuentes was Charlie Kirk's bitter enemy, and now he's becoming his successor. Take another look at incoming images from our man Brendan. Great stuff here. Damn, who is that chick? Give me a name. That's, okay. All such being said, the photograph. Yeah, who is that? Okay, Charlie Kirk, the paleo-reactionary provocateur who was taken out in September, and Nick Fuentes, the young David Duker white nationalist at the center of a growing schism on the right, were bitter enemies. Fuentes despised Kirk for his blind support of Israel, and more broadly for his efforts to marginalize Fuentes' own gleefully Russiist brand of racist politics. In 2019, seeking to expose Kirk as anti-white and a fake patriot, Fuentes organized his army of young fans, known as Gripers, after a variant on the alt-right Pepe the Frog meme, to flood events held by Kirk's organization, Turning Point, and ask hostile questions. At one point, they drove Donald Trump Jr. off the stage. After Kirk was murdered, Fuentes, obviously fearing he'd be blamed, disavowed violence. But he continued his attacks on Turning Point and accused Kirk's widow, Erica, of being happy her husband was dead. So saying, and here I quote his tea, "I am getting this vibe from her that she's very fake." Even as Fuentes defamed Kirk's widow, powerful conservatives were engaged in a nationwide campaign to canonize Kirk and destroy progressives who maligned him. Guest hosting Kirk's podcast, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, urged listeners to report anyone celebrating Kirk's death to their employers. In such an atmosphere, one might think that Fuentes' stock on the right would have fallen. Instead, it's risen higher than ever, revealing a self-evidently unstoppable ratchet, a ratchet of radicalization on the Russified right. If you're not familiar with Fuentes' ideology, he helpfully distilled it on his streaming show, America First, in March. Employing every obscenity, Fuentes is on record as having vocalized, I cannot say articulated, his mission statement as, "A certain protected minority of privilege are running society. A certain specific ethnicity of color needs to be mass incarcerated. And a certain specific gender just needs to shut up." His proudly transgressive, sneering attitude has made him a hero to legions of mostly young men who resent all forms of political gatekeeping. The retro-conservative writer Rod Dreher, a close friend of Vance himself, thus warned, "I am told by someone in a position to know that something like 30 to 40% of DC GOP staffers are under the age of 30 are gripers." That figure officially captures the fact that Fuentes' politics are ascendant. Plenty of retro-conservatives, especially Jewish ones, abhor Fuentes' growing clout. but by cheering on President Donald Trump as he promoted conspiracy theories and systematically destroyed bulwarks against nativism and bigotry in the Republican Party, they themselves all conspired to make Fuentes' rise inevitable. Fuentes reached a career high last week when he was invited onto Tucker Carlson's podcast, one of the most popular shows in the country. Carlson gently took issue with a few things Fuentes has said, especially the idea that the misbegotten chosen as a whole are responsible for the sins of Israel and neoconservatism. At one point, Carlson said, "I feel like going on about those people helps the neocons." But their 2-hour conversation was overwhelmingly bromantic. Carlson obviously presumed that they were on the same side. His disagreements with Fuentes were all about means, not ends. Retro-conservatives who detest Judeophobia were shaken by the interview. They were even more alarmed when Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, long a bastion of the retro-conservative establishment, defended Carlson. In a video describing Carlson's critics as a venomous coalition who are sowing division, he said, "The Heritage Foundation didn't become the intellectual backbone of the conservative movement by canceling our own people or policing the consciences of Christians." These comments led to an uproar among some of Heritage's donors, staff members, and supporters, and Roberts attempted to quell it by denouncing Fuentes. But he still insists that Carlson was right to give him a hearing. In a message to the Heritage staff obtained by the National Review, Roberts rejected censorship and purity tests, writing, "Canceling one person today guarantees the purge of many tomorrow." Of course, the pretentious Roberts is not against cancel culture in principle. He cheered Jimmy Kimmel's suspension from ABC for his neutral observations about Kirk's murder. But he's very much opposed to the cancellation of paleo-reactionaries, no matter how extreme. And he's not alone. On much of the MAGA right, attempts to impose taboos have themselves become the ultimate taboo. This stance is summed up by the phrase, "no enemies to the right," which has become common enough in MAGA world that it's sometimes written as an acronym. NETTR, N-E-T-T-R, no enemies to the right. Let me catch up on some of the incoming messages here and see what is said in the infinite call is a I'll make certain to respond to this, of course, and at any rate, bit of humor there from our friend Brendan. For decades, mainstream retro-conservatives spraketh proudly of how William Frank Buckley Jr., the founding editor of the National Review, excommunicated the paranoiac and paleo-reactionary John Birch Society from the retro-conservative movement. The story of Buckley's cordon sanitaire was always but a myth. The border between respectable retro-conservatism and the far-right demi-monde always remaining quite permeable. But it was a helpful myth, since it valorized a notional willingness to draw lines. Trump all but annihilated that willingness, and the MAGA-lectuals now see Buckley's quarantine as a mistake. Laura Field, in her exemplary new work titled Furious Minds, subtitled The Making of the MAGA New Right, quotes the writer and activist Charles Haywood calling Buckley a Judas who led America, he says, to read from the text here, led the American right into a box canyon, swiftly spiking any gun that seemed as if it might be effective in the war waged by the left on decent America for over 100 years. Not all retro-conservatives embrace the idea of no enemies to the right. Vance's boy Dreher having writ powerfully against it, but it's become a significant current in our post-intellectual politique. When Politico magazine reported that several young Republican leaders took part in a racist group chat that included praise for Putin, some in the party were appalled, and a few of the participants lost their jobs. But Vance defended them as kids whose lives shouldn't be ruined for telling jokes. They were all in their 30s. Within MAGA circles, to criticize someone for being too racist or reactionary is a betrayal, signaling an acceptance of the very liberal morality that the movement's vanguard seeks to destroy. Kirk, who came of age in the Trump-Putinist reactionary milieu, was himself never willing to police any boundaries, and in the wake of his killing, there's the overwhelming sense on the right that that part of his legacy must be upheld. Thusly, prominent voices insist that Kirk's murder necessitates the final loosening of all remaining restraints. After Kirk's death, the influential podcaster Matt Walsh posted, "I cannot unite with the left because they want me dead, but I will unite with anyone on the right." Adrian Vermeulen, the Harvard law professor who has helped to create the pseudo-intellectual foundation for the post-liberal right, put it more elegantly this weekend as the fight over Carlson, Fuentes, and Roberts roiled the ancien regime retro-conservatives. On social media, he wrote, "History records many cases in which cities fell to siege because, even with the enemy at the very gates, factions within the city could not put aside their mutual struggle for domination." Lest there be any doubt about which factions he was scolding, he made it clear in a subsequent post, and here I read therefrom. "I'll be resolutely ignoring the views of those who profess a certain conservatism, but who have never actually challenged the liberal consensus on anything that might endanger their careers." Vermeulen pretenses as a cultivated man, who, as the foresighted authoress Field writes, is part of a movement that thinks it has a monopoly on things like the true, the good, and the beautiful. Yet, however lofty his rhetoric, its moral logic leads inexorably to Groyperism, and the elevation of Fuentes, Kirk's literally mortal foe, into his successor. And Nick Fuentes is a portent of where conservatism itself is heading. Bootleggers and Baptists. The 92-year-old public choice economist Bruce Yandel coined the phrase to describe how apparently opposed groups might have a shared interest in government regulation, in that case, prohibition. I wonder, though, whether his concept has a wider application. Which political groups benefit most from the Donald Trump presidency? His own supporters, naturally, but also those like Zoran Mamdani, whose voters were motivated by a desire to poke Trump in the eye. Similarly, who does best out of Mamdani's win? Socialists, yes, but also the spicier end of the MAGA spectrum, the folks who thrive on the sense of political crises, the fear that the country is falling into the hands of their enemies. Bootleggers and Baptists. Each side points at the other to motivate its base. A similar symbiosis exists in Great Britain between Tommy Robinson and the Islamists. Each side is able to tell its supporters, "That is what the other lot really think of you, really think about you when their guard is down." Thus we have, on the one hand, candidates who endorse the Weltanschauung, the worldview, if not the methods, of BLM and Antifa. America is intrinsically racist. The police are the natural enemy of minorities. Capitalism makes people greedy. On the other, we see the bizarre acceptability of views that are genuinely Ruchist, From the fad for the Klansman David Duke to the spate of NatCon pamphlets attacking democracy. We see people like Nick Fuentes being given space by what were, until 5 minutes ago, mainstream conservative think tanks. Let me check into our friend Brendan Soket here giving me little penguins and fat cats, food coma cats, and men with blank stares and sleepy eyes saying, "How fascinating! Please tell us more." He really hates he really hates the civic shit. It can't all be cryptids, Brendan. Now, leftists have for a long time had a bizarre hypochondria about fascism. Almost any mainstream conservative position, from gun rights to tax cuts, has been written off at every point as fascist. Indeed, this tendency had already started when fascist parties still ran realms of Europe. During World War II, George Orwell wrote, "The word fascism is almost entirely meaningless. I have heard it applied to farmers, shopkeepers, social credit, corporeal punishment." Well, corporal punishment was the term he used. Fox hunting, bullfighting, Kipling, Gandhi, Chiang Kai-shek, homosexuality, Priestley's broadcasts, youth hostels, astrology, woman, dogs, and I do not know what else. This mass hypochondria generates an intrinsic semantic problem. If you gaily throw the word fascist at George Bush, John McCain, Mitt Romney, and Donald Trump, what do you call Nick Fuentes? Oh, our man Brendan explains, it's a hamster. Thank you, Brendan. That's adorable. Food coma hamster. Or gerbil. Now, once culture replaces economics as the primary division, what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Beit Lakma to be born. Look at the devolutionary digression. Mad John McCain, demented Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. The people who should be calling a halt to all this, focusing on bread and butter issues like the price of bread and butter, are drowned out. Each side turns to more authoritarian forms of politics in response to the other. All the worst are filled with passionate intensity. The bootleggers and the Baptists agree that they want a powerful state that they can turn against their enemies. The notion that both sides are better off when the power of government is limited seems suddenly passé. Once it has gone, it will not be easily restored. The United States itself was founded in a popular revolt against taxation, arbitrary government, and an overmighty executive. Now, as it approaches its 250th birthday, it is embracing those things with a keenness that King George III, never matched. That dull, well-meaning monarch did not have, and never sought, the power to levy tariffs or other taxes without parliamentary approval. His foreign policy was not ruled by pique or petulance. Indeed, for all the exaggerated fears about his plans to create a monarchical dictatorship, he never behaved as Trump is behaving toward Canada. What, after all, did the big Dominion do to prompt Trump's anger? Did it threaten to withhold its energy exports? or close the Northwest Passage to American shipping, or blockade the tiny exclave of Point Roberts. No. All it did, and by it, I mean the provincial government of Ontario, was to air a 1988 broadcast by Ronald Reagan. It was a well-chosen speech for our time. The Gipper said, "When someone says, 'Let's impose tariffs on foreign imports,' it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes, for a short while, it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technological changes they need to succeed in world markets." Spot on! For Trump to react so hysterically to these words is telling. A bit like Hamlet's father rushing out when he sees the reenactment of how he murdered his brother. As always, we have since watched the painful contortions of people and organizations who should know better trying to rationalize the president's tantrum. To quotist the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, "The ad misinterprets the presidential radio address, and the government of Ontario did not seek or receive permission to use and edit the remarks." No, it did not misrepresent the great man, who was himself a committed free trader, and who had repeated those sentiments many times. True, it put one passage in a different place, but this was done to match the images on screen, and in no sense distorted the meaning. At any rate, since when do we need permission to quote politicians? When everything they say is of public interest. And indeed, national interest and international interest at all levels of business, security, and, yes, even in times of Trump, defense. Meaning, who the hell is he going to attack next? Possibly militarily. Just look at Venezuela. The foundational ideas of our republic, no kings, a government of laws, not of men, no taxation without representation, are being trampled, and no one other than the son of Hitler knows enough to even care. It is not so much a case of becoming more like centralized, single-party, state capitalist China in order to compete with the monolithic communist Chinese superstate. It is instead a case of becoming more like the communist Chinese Empire of the East in order to wall up Canada. When did that become okay? When the monolithic communist Chinese superstate emerged as the last new great power to storm onto the scene. The American and communist Chinese empires have only holstered their trade weapons. Neither superpower wants decoupling or confrontation, at least not yet. But structure trumps agency in the Sino-American relationship, and the competition is here to stay. With the new Xi-Trump truce merely underscoring how much stronger Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, has become since Trump's first midterm. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East bought time. Truly great! On a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was a 12. is how the American imperial president Donald Trump described his much anticipated first in-person confab with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping to discuss trade between the world's 12 largest economies since he returned to the White House. But it wasn't really, at least not for these United States. As far as not adding to disruptions in global trade caused by Trump's chaotic tariff policies, sure. But rather than coming away with a framework for resolving the fundamental differences between the trois superpowers, the few details we have of the one-year truce suggest a temporary stabilization of relations where Communist China on the Asian mainland maintains significant leverage over these United States in one critical area: rare earth metals. The soybean purchases being a bit of a sideshow. In a note, Eurasia Group's practice head for China, David Miele, said, "China must feel more satisfied than the U.S. about where it is compared to the beginning of 2025. This being in part because Beijing stood up to Trump's tariffs and identified a potent leverage tool through rare earths export controls." Thus, on Thursday of the week before last, the Trois tyrants agreed to roll back export controls and reduce other trade barriers in their summit in South Korea, potentially stabilizing relations between the world's largest economies after months of turmoil. Just weeks ago, Trump was threatening a 100% tariff on Communist Chinese goods. They agreed. Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, would pause sweeping controls on rare earth magnets in exchange for what Beijing said was an American imperial agreement to reverse an expansion of restrictions on centralized single-party state capitalist Chi-Com companies. The American empire will also cut fentanyl-related tariffs on all Chi-Com goods in half, while Beijing resumes purchases of soybeans and other American imperial agricultural products. But this latest truce is likely to only prevent any immediate escalation between the world's 12 largest economies, with Beijing buying time amid unresolved fundamental differences over my Taiwan, techno-supremacy, and national security concerns. More broadly, the meeting and its result made clear just how much stronger Zhonghua Renmin Gongheihua, the People's Republic of China, has become since lame duck Trump and the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping last met. Allow me to iterate the real concern about Trump's deals with Hong Zhonghua, or Red China. Until last weekend, President Donald Trump emerged from his highly anticipated meeting with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping with most of what he wanted from a deal with Beijing. Yet the agreement does little more than extricate Trump from crises of his own making. The pattern in Trump's dealings with the communist Chinese empire of the East raises a long-term concern that he will one day wind up sacrificing American interests in the pursuit of deals of questionable strategic importance. Now, the Friday before last's agreement, struck on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in South Korea, averts another escalation of tensions between the world's trois superpowers. Zhonghua Renmin Gongheihua, the People's Republic of China, agreed to postpone expanding export controls on rare earth metals for 1 year. Those controls, announced earlier this month, threaten to choke off the flow of rare earths into industries vital to American security, including semiconductors and weapon systems. In return, the Trump maladministration will pause a new rule it announced in September, which imposed American imperial export controls on certain subsidiaries of companies sanctioned by Washington. And of course, Trump won't impose the additional 100% tariff on all Chi-Com imports he'd announced in retaliation for Beijing's rare earth controls. According to Trump, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate also met trois of his other Dietrich, or Meisterschlussschellen, the German, anglicized as master key demands. It agreed to resume purchases of American imperial soybeans, which it halted in the spring, and pledged to crack down further on the illegal fentanyl trade. In return, Trump will cut in half, to 10%, the tariffs he imposed on market Leninist China earlier this year to pressure Xi Jinping to take firmer action on fentanyl. In the end, Xi Jinping didn't give up anything. He simply withdrew measures he'd taken in response to Trump's malpolicies. Most of these were meant to put pressure on the American president by exploiting his political vulnerabilities. Market Leninist China's ban on American imperial soybeans hit American farmers hard and created a political hassle for Trump. But the monolithic communist Chinese superstate is the world's largest importer of soybeans, and buying a few from American farmers is hardly a major concession. Xi Jinping's new rare earth controls might not have lasted much longer anyway, because they alienated not only these United States, but many of Zhonghua Dalu's, or mainland China's, trading partners. And how much stock to put into Xi Jinping's promise to clean up the illegal fentanyl trade is hard to know, given his long-standing reluctance to act at all. In return, Xi Jinping got Trump to remove more tariffs and hold off on export controls that could have been harmful to centralized single-party state capitalist Chinese businesses. Behind the theater of imposed and rescinded threats and controls, however, was a prospect of real substance to both empires, one that seems not to have come up in this meeting at all. The day before the meeting, Trump said he would discuss selling Hong Zhonghua, Red China Nvidia's most advanced AI chips, which are currently restricted by export controls. The mere possibility of such sales raised an alarm in Washington, where these restrictions are widely known as crucial to American imperial security. Allowing Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, to get powerful chips that its own companies don't even have the ability to produce would further not only Beijing's quest for dominance in AI, but also its efforts to upgrade its military capabilities. In response to Trump's comment, the House Select Committee on China warned on social media that selling AI chips to the Communist Chinese Empire would be akin to giving Iran weapons-grade uranium. That's an understatement. And that Trump's offhand remark would so quickly generate such a reaction, even in understatement, is an indication of how little the United States foreign policy establishment trusts Trump to defend American interests at all. Sinologists have feared that Trump, in his desire to placate the more powerful Xi Jinping, would trade issues of minimal strategic value, such as soybean purchases, for concessions that endanger core American interests. A relaxation of United States technology controls would be a monumental victory for Xi Jinping. In the Infinite Coin, our man Brendan is providing a link. Just checking into that here, and hopefully the voice remains off. First we get the ads, because I don't have, YouTube Advanced. That's so cute. Thank you, Brendan. I'll look at that later. Jackie Chan with the Qi, the energy of the vampire. Qi of the vampire, with Jackie Chan's animated voice. So yeah, thank you for that. I'll give that a party response. And he also provides another one. Yeah. Oh, delightful. Okay. Now, all such having been said, Beijing has pressed Washington to lift the chip controls since the Biden misadministration first introduced them in 2022. Success would benefit the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's economic progress and redound to Xi Jinping's political credit. According to Bonnie Glaser, the managing directress of the German Marshall Fund's Indo-Pacific Program, what the Chi-Com technocrats most want from Putin's puppet Trump, is an end to the constant expansion of restrictions placed upon their empire. She has gone on record to attest that they care about this less because they are concerned about falling behind technologically than just a matter of politics and dignity. That lame duck Trump would even contemplate lifting those AI chip restrictions demonstrates the extent to which he has broken with the general consensus in Washington about Hong Zhonghua, or Red China. Both Democrats and Republicans, including members of Trump's own team, have held for some time that the Communist Chinese Empire of the East is the primary threat facing these United States today. Trump's ill decisions and comments in recent months prove that he doesn't begin to comprehend that assessment. He is openly interested only in cutting deals and expanding business opportunities with Communist China on the Asian mainland. In a speech to business leaders in South Korea on Wednesday, midweek before last, Trump predicted that the outcome of his meeting with Xi Jinping would be beneficial to both sides, being quoted as saying, "That's better than fighting and going through all sorts of problems." The monolithic Communist Chinese superstates technocrats may welcome the opportunity to sideline that old consensus on great power competition. Dennis Wilder, an expert on Sino-American relations at Georgetown University who served as a top aide on Asian affairs to President George W. Bush, has told the Fourth Estate that Trump has personally gone in what the Chinese would think is the right direction toward a friendlier approach to Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, and what they want to do is keep him on that trajectory. That would explain the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's willingness to make deals with lame duck Donald. But Trump's demonstrable wavering on crucial issues only encourages Xi Jinping to get more aggressive in pushing market Leninist China's interests. Scott Kennedy, a senior advisor on People's China at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, has concluded that one possibility is that Hong Zhonghua, Red China's technocrats, really believe that Trump is doing a great deal of harm to the United States, and that they ought to take advantage of this opportunity that won't come along very often to really make the United States suffer and lock in all their advantages. This week before last's get-together in South Korea only served to remind Xi Jinping of just how much he gains from a Trump presidency. Trump departed the Korean peninsula shortly after his meeting with Xi Jinping, skipping out on the main summit of Asia-Pacific leaders. That left the field wide open for Xi Jinping to parley with his counterparts in a region where he seeks to expand centralized, single-party state capitalist Chinese influence. Trump may have left feeling that he won the day, but he'll still lose the fucking future. Thus, the Friday before last's trade truce between the American and Communist Chinese empires is cause only for relief rather than any celebration. The twa sides have only holstered their weapons, not discarded them. And who knows when Donald Trump might find an excuse to reach for his six-shooter again. But the outcome might have been a good deal worse. Trump's trade war backup plan. Trump's cultists should be careful what they wish for. If the U.S. Supreme Court upholds President Donald Trump's abuse of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose tariffs on American imperial allies and adversaries alike, it will hand a loaded gun to future presidents. Why couldn't an administration use IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, tools to enforce a global minimum corporate tax? Or effectively ban crypto trading? I know I fucking would. In fact, both of those would be my own advisements. So, if I ever attain secular power, we've got the legal precedent. Brendan Zogan says, at least talk about the Bubba scandal. Allegedly, according to the interweb. Oh, I'm puking over that. It was Maxwell's horse. Laugh out loud. Yes. Ask if that is better. There we go. All I can say is, Yeah, well, I get it. I get it. Dude, we're not after cheap ratings, okay? But I appreciate your suggestions. Now, recently, a Canadian ad opposing American imperial tariffs used audio from a 1987 Ronald Reagan address, prompting myself to reflect upon Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, not just as Republican icons, but as presidents shaped by very different media worlds. President Donald Trump recently accused Canada of trying to influence a Supreme Court case that could determine the future of his so called reciprocal tariffs. But even if the High Court decides to strike those down, all too many other tariffs are beyond its reach. That reflects the enormous scope of tariffs that Trump has unilaterally deployed against most of the nations on Earth this year, regardless of the relationships with these United States. At stake in the Supreme Court case is whether Trump's blanket import taxes on Bharat, on India, Brazil, Switzerland, and others are unconstitutional under the emergency authority drawn from the IWEPA or International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Oral arguments were scheduled in time for an election day of 2024 midweek last, per this closely watched case. By that I mean it was a year after the election day of 2024, midweek before the week before last. The Trump maladministration, however, has issued a blitz of new tariffs under legal authorities separate from the one abused to set up the global tariff regime. The week before last, it announced a Section 301 investigation into centralized single-party state capitalist Chinese compliance with a 2020 trade accord that Trump signed. That could result in more tariffs. This parallel structure is giving the White House more space to keep existing tariffs and add new ones, even if some are struck down. And about a third of the tariffs are affecting all American imperial imports. Well, they're the product of Section 232 and Section 301 investigations. In other words, a third of the tariffs affecting all American imperial imports are the product of Section 232 and Section 301 investigations. A Section 232 probe usually takes months to carry out through the Commerce Department, with its findings considered to be on sturdier legal footing. Under Section 301, the United States sets out to determine whether a foreign government's trade practices are damaging to Americans on a similar timetable. Tariffs that wouldn't be affected by the Supreme Court case include the 50% steel and aluminum tariffs, coupled with a battering ram of import taxes on lumber, furniture, and copper. Tariffs on the latter three went into effect this month. Semiconductors also face a 100% tariff if firms aren't moving their production and supply chains back into these United States. And that one hasn't even kicked in yet. Many legal scholars, economists, and some companies are testifying that Trump has completely exceeded his authority to enact the global tariffs. Helping assemble an amicus brief from 207 mostly Democratic lawmakers, one of more than 3 dozen briefs filed with the High Court in recent weeks, both in favor and against, Peter Harrell, an international economics expert at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, said the big things that Trump has done this term would not be affected by the IEEPA litigation. The senatress, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, was the sole Republican who signed on to his congressional brief. Peter Harrell's, that is, in his assembling this amicus brief from 270, almost exclusively Democratic lawmakers. Besides the tariffs, the High Court will also determine the legality of Trump's move to fire the Federal Reserve governess, Lisa Cook. Trump has publicly displayed unease and frustration with the idea that the Supreme Court could strike down many of his signature nation-specific tariffs. He has argued that removing them would deprive the American empire of enormous wealth, even though our empire has flourished for decades without such a wall of import taxes. In a Fox Business interview conducted earlier this month, Trump said, "If we win the tariff case, which hopefully we will, it's vital to the interests of our country. If we don't, we'll be struggling for years to come." Well, tariffs are becoming a fixture of the economic landscape, regardless of which direction the Supreme Court goes. Now, let's check into our man Brendan Zoget here. His latest communications. More to appreciate. He says, "Oh, cool. Ooh, yeah, there we are. And, all right." Cool. Okay. So, nice trivia there. Thank you. Now, Colin Wilhelm, a policy analyst at the Grant Thornton advisory firm, concludes, and here I quote his T, "You can see the administration potentially hedging some of their bets. Even if the court rules against the administration on IEEPA, you have situations where there could be tariffs on more products that aren't currently covered. It doesn't mean that tariffs are ever going away." So here we are with what our man Brendan says, and I agree with him. Yeah, he says, "Leave Dong Donnie alone." Ha ha ha! I love it. I need that $2,000 to go through. Yeah, dude, I'm there with you. Dude, I'm praying he puts that out. I need that too. And I want your $2,000. Yeah. At any rate, let's check into the live streaming, make certain everyone's still with us. And now, it was on November 5th, about 11 days ago, that the United States Supreme Court began hearing oral arguments in a case challenging President Donald Trump's reciprocal tariffs. As was argued in an amicus brief signed by dozens of economists representing a wide range of ideological, partisan, and professional backgrounds, the court should side with the lower courts and declare the tariffs unlawful. If it does not, this year's harmful tariffs will remain in place. That is, until the president once again decides to change the rates, exempt certain industries, or target countries for punishment. Worse, the court would lock in Trump's and any president's ability to impose transformative economic policies without a vote in Congress. Until now, the United States Constitution has generally been interpreted as requiring express congressional authorization to change major rules governing how the economy works. At stake in this case is nothing less than effectively modifying the Constitution to grant vast unilateral powers over the economy to the executive branch. The bulk of the tariffs imposed by Trump under the IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, have been justified as a response to an alleged emergency caused by the unique and extraordinary threat that the trade deficit supposedly represents. The amicus brief in question rebuts this claim on the grounds that the trade deficit is not unique, not extraordinary, and definitely not any threat. The United States has run trade deficits for many decades, but its ability to buy more from the world than it sells is financed by foreign capital that flows willingly into American imperial bond and equity markets. These years have been marked by strong job growth, backed by world-beating innovation and impressive rates of new company formation. Whatever your view of America's underlying problems, they are not the result of the trade deficit. But the maladministration has also justified IEEPA tariffs on other grounds. Exempli gratiae, it has imposed tariffs under the guise of combating the fentanyl epidemic, and to strong-arm Brazil into not prosecuting their former presidente, Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics. It also threatened to impose tariffs on Colombia back in January, when Colombia refused to accept military flights with deported migrants. As if to dare the court, just the week before last, Trump announced an additional 10% tariff on Canadian imports because the province of Ontario ran an anti-tariff ad featuring a recording of former President Ronald Reagan's views on trade. The maladministration believes that IEEPA allows it to declare practically anything a unique and extraordinary threat. It claims that the president's determinations are essentially judicially unreviewable. The president can then declare an emergency that gives him access to the statute's vast array of tools, not just tariffs. But the truth is that the IEEPA does not even mention tariffs. It does give the president many other powers, such as the ability to prohibit the importing or exporting of currency or securities, or to regulate transfers of credit or payments between, by, through, or to any banking institution to the extent that such transfers or payments involve any interest of any foreign country or a national thereof. And the president may also void any transfer of any property in which any foreign national has any interest. In the future, under a different president, these tools could easily be deployed for purposes Trump's cultists are unlikely to favor. The president could declare a climate emergency, as many on the left demanded during President Joe Biden's misadministration, and impose a European Union-style CBAM, a CBAM or Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. If the reciprocal tariffs are valid under IEEPA, a tariff that varies with the carbon emitted in producing imported goods and services is surely valid as well. If anything, the case that the tariffs deal with that issue, which would become a declared emergency, is easier to make than in the case currently being litigated. The president could also declare an emergency over erosion of the corporate tax base and use IEEPA tools to enforce a global minimum tax. The Biden misadministration reached an agreement with over 130 other countries to establish such a tax regime, which was never implemented due to congressional opposition. With IEEPA tools in hand, a future left-leaning administration could implement such a tax regime without congressional authorization. It could target corporations deemed to be undertaxed and punish the countries where they operate and book profits with tariffs and other economic restrictions. Or the president might declare a crypto corruption crisis. As I would. He could then ban all crypto trading involving foreign counterparts or require detailed reporting on each transaction involving cryptocurrency in which any foreign country or any national thereof has or has had any interest. In other words, every crypto transaction. All of these schemes, and many more, rely on the same interpretation of IEEPA as the Trump maladministration is asking the Supreme Court to endorse. Congress has been effectively powerless in the face of an emergency declaration since the Supreme Court banned the legislative veto, as it now requires veto-proof majorities in both the House and the Senate to override the president's determination. This means impeaching the president is easier than overriding his determination that we are in the midst of an emergency caused by the unique and extraordinary threat posed by Canadian advertisements. Thankfully, even if the court chooses to interpret the statute in this manner, it may still point to constitutional limitations on the ability of Congress to delegate its powers to the executive branch. Under its so-called major questions doctrine, established by the Supreme Court under current Chief Justice John Roberts in 2014, a decision of vast economic and political significance requires clear congressional authorization, more explicit than the broad language of IEEPA. The court has applied the major questions doctrine to executive actions like the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's pandemic-era eviction moratorium, stating that $50 billion worth of economic impact triggered it. The impact of Trump's tariffs is many orders of magnitude greater than that. There is a line of argument endorsed by the Injustice Brett Kavanaugh in his concurrence in FCC versus Consumers Research earlier this year that the major questions doctrine applies only to domestic matters. That should not matter for the current case. In the early decades of the Republic, tariff revenue typically constituted more than 80% and often more than 90% of federal revenue. Given that context, a foreign policy exception to the major questions doctrine that applies to tariffs and recognizes independent presidential authority in imposing tariffs seems entirely incompatible with the Constitution itself, which assigns the power to raise revenue to Congress. Lower federal courts have already reached that conclusion. The Supreme Court should affirm it. Now, our dear man Brendan has more contributions to make to the conversation. You're trying to take my 2Gs! What if I need a new roof? Then he tells me don't read out loud. Dude! Put that first next time, you fool! Oh, okay. Oh my God, put that first next time. People got to, any rate. Let's talk about the president's performances. It was in just such context that Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan briefly crossed paths the week before last. The Canadian province of Ontario arranged that encounter. As the Toronto Blue Jays opened the World Series against the Los Angeles Dodgers that Friday night, an anti-tariff advertisement from the provincial government ran during the game, featuring clips from a 1987 Reagan radio address. The ad reordered Reagan's words, but it did not change their drift. Reagan, a late 20th century Republican, favored free trade. Trump, the self-described tariff man, did not appreciate the reminder. He insisted that the spot had been generated by AI and later called it a fraud when announcing an additional 10% in duties on Canadian goods. At first glance, Trump and Reagan belong to the same lineage. Both are talismanic figures in the Republican Party and national politics who achieve their stature by translating the skills honed in one media world into the next. Reagan, a studio film actor and spokesman, seamlessly adopted to the presidency by turning it into a series of televised scenes. Trump, the tabloid caricature and reality TV star, has taken an almost unbreakable hold of Americans' attention by transforming the presidency into an endless scroll of mass provocation and mob outrage. And yet, the media environments in which both thrived could not be more different. They reward radically different tones, rhythms, and understandings of what political authority even looks like. The conflict over the Ontario advertisement, then, is not simply about how the Republican Party has shifted on trade. It lays bare how our media environment has remade the performance of the presidency itself. Late in his second term, Reagan said something on ABC that he'd often said in private. "There have been times in this office when I've wondered how you could do the job if you hadn't been an actor." Indeed, Reagan's background on the screen informed his own misadministration's entire approach to public relations in an era when, as one aide put it, people get their news and form their judgments based largely on what they see on television. Where John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the first telegenic president, had a sparse PR team, Reagan fielded a gridiron team of almost 40. Ahead of public appearances, he and his aides scripted his lines and blocked his moves in the language of movie scenes. Many press conferences involved 2 days of preparation, including careful planning for how Reagan would enter the room and rehearsals for every possible question he might face. Reagan himself was known to blend stories from TV and movies with actual events. Reflecting in 1988 on a summit with the Greater Soviet's dictator, Mikhail Gorbachev, he told the press that the experience had felt something like one of Cecil B. DeMille's great historical spectacles. Meeting Gorbachev 3 years earlier in 1985, he had wondered if humans would forget their differences and unite in the event of an alien invasion, a scenario that Colin Powell, then an aide to Reagan's defense secretary, suspected had come from the 1951 science fiction film titled The Day the Earth Stood Still. The sensibilities of that older media milieu, wholesome, affirming, a little bit soft focus, informed an approach to the presidency that prioritized a shared national narrative. In the broadcast monoculture of the fin du XXe siècle, the late 20th century, before politically segmented cable news, tens of millions of Americans watched the same evening newscasts and primetime shows. To Reagan's opponents, his sunny projections of national consensus were maddening because they worked so well. His presentation of a harmonious whole smoothed out the very real dislocations of American life in the 1980s, pushing deindustrialization, homelessness, racial inequality, and the AIDS crisis out of the frame. This mythical vision of America, the comfortable home of the Gipper speech, could gloss over the hard edges of his misadministration's domestic policies. Or I should say, malpolicies. Perhaps this is why the Canadian ad provoked Trump so much. Where Reagan blurred conflict in order to project unity, Trump only ever heightens it. The hard edges are the point. The Ontario advertisement was about trade, but it also touches on something deeper. Reagan's words, calm, confident, and delivered with his preternatural ease in public performance, risk being convincing. The radio address itself was a minor weekend chore at Camp David, prompted by rumblings of protectionism by congressional Democrats. But in the video recording, Reagan reads the script fluidly, a pro's pro in that medium as well. To Trump, and to the media environment in which he thrives, Reagan's composed performance, with its affirmation of consensus, is utterly intolerable. It must be discredited, not because it is inaccurate, but because it represents an entirely different model of what presidential authority looks like. Online and in the reality TV drama of Trump's cabinet meetings and Oval Office confrontations. His social media presidency rewards a different set of political instincts entirely. Earlier this month, the president posted a video of himself dropping slop of the excrement variety on American citizens on the day of the recent No Kings protests. Such communication makes sense in a world in which policy wins come not by staging consensus but by stoking division. Never mind that the MAGA slogan promises a return to the kind of America that Reagan represents. The rewards of targeting domestic enemies, ridiculing opponents, and shaming others are simply too great. In January of 1986, after the Challenger explosion claimed the lives of 7 crew members, Reagan sat at the Resolute desk for a brief televised address to the nation. It is a small masterpiece of presidential communication. Watching now, it feels like a transmission from another planet. In just under 5 minutes, Reagan expresses shock and grief and empathy for the families of the crew. He speaks directly to the millions of school children who watched that tragedy unfold, assuring them that the astronauts died in pursuit of something larger than themselves. He closes with a flourish borrowed from a 1941 poem. Before the camera fades to black, he witnesses that they slipped the surly bonds of earth to touch the face of God. Tip O'Neill, then the Democratic Speaker of the House, admitted that the speech made him weep. Reagan, he said, was the best public speaker he had ever seen. The laws of gravity that created such experiences of unity and collective grief no longer apply. In a world dominated by endless scrolling and ever more slop, all of the centrifugal forces are pulling us outward, away from one another. We, too, are slipping the surly bonds of earth, forever away from the face of God, should the post-Reaganite Republicans have their way. Some data points for your consideration. The Saturday before last, in Chicago's affluent old Irving Park neighborhood, Donald Trump's secret masked police violently pulled a 67-year-old United States citizen, a member of a local running club returning to his home from a run, out of his car and threw him onto the street, where they assaulted him with such force that they broke 6 ribs and left him dying with internal bleeding. Trump is openly taking bribes, publicly ordering political prosecutions, mass murdering people in naked violation of both American imperial and international law, all while reveling in the travesty that the Republican-backed Supreme Court gives him absolute immunity from prosecution for any crime. An MIT study has proven that lies presented as news travel 6 times faster across social media than factual truths. While more than 75% of Americans trusted the news half a hundred years ago, today that number is a mere 28%, with only 8% of Republicans believing what they see or read in mainstream mass media machine outlets. Republicans en masse swear by Russian state-sponsored propaganda instead. I just counted off these points on my hand. That's 4 fingers in your eye, 2 in each. These are all the same story, and they all largely derive from a single source, a mind poison that was introduced into the Society of the Jesuits, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's exposited American and worldly noosphere, the mind stream, in a tectonic shift about 3 decades agone. It's called the algorithm. Possibly the greatest threat to humanity at this moment is the algorithm. And if we're to survive as a republic, let alone ever evolve into a democracy, it must be regulated the same way we regulate anything else that produces addictive, compulsive behavior that twists and distorts people's lives. Because it can twist and wreck people's minds and lives, tear apart families and destroy whole nation states in a way that can be more rapid and more powerful than heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl. And yet it is completely unregulated. An algorithm is a software program system that inserts itself between humans as we attempt to communicate with each the other. It decides which communications are important and which are not, which communications will be shared and which will not, what we will see or learn and what we will not. As a result, in a nation where 48% of citizens get much or most of their news from social media, The algorithms driving social media sites ultimately decide which direction society will move as a result of the shared information they encourage or suppress across society. When you log on to social media and read your feed, you're not seeing, in most cases, what was most recently posted by the people you follow. While some of that's there, the algorithm also feeds you other posts it thinks you'll like based on your past behavior, so as to increase your engagement, aka the amount of time you spend on the site and thus the number of advertisements you will view. As a result, your attention is continually tweaked, led, and fine-tuned to reflect the goal of the algorithm's programmers. Click on a post about voting, for example, and the algorithm then leads you to election denial, and from there to climate denial, and from there to QAnon. Next up, radicalization or paralyses. But at least you stayed along for the ride and viewed a lot of ads in the process. Algorithms abused in social media are not tuned for what is best for society. They don't follow any of the rules that hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution have built into our cultures, religions, and political systems. They don't ask themselves, is this even true? Or will this information help or hurt this individual or humanity as a whole? Instead, the algorithm's main purpose is to make more money for the multi-billionaires who own all the social media platforms. If telling you that, as Trump recently said, climate change may affect us in 300 years, makes for more engagement and more profit for the social media site than does telling the truth about fossil fuels, it will get pushed into ever more and more minds. No matter that such lies literally threaten human society in the immediacy, and ultimately the survival of the human race in the inevitability. As Jaron Lanier told The Guardian, people survive by passing information between themselves. We're putting that fundamental quality of humanness through a process with an inherent incentive for corruption and degradation. The fundamental drama of this period is whether we can figure out how to survive properly with these elements or not. With those elements or not, he says. Those of a certain age, or students of the advertising business, may remember when Vance Packard's book titled The Hidden Persuaders set off a panic across America in mine own natal decade of the 1960s, claiming that movies and TV shows were inserting microbursts of advertisements that flew below the radar, the radio and detection ranging of consciousness, but nevertheless changed mass behavior. The classic example was popcorn flashing on movie screens with the words, "Buy now!" It provoked a panic in Congress and multiple attempts at legislation to outlaw it before the malpractice was misrepresented as ineffective. But algorithms are far from ineffective. They're arguably one of the most powerful forces on the planet today. The premise of several books, most famously Shoshana Zuboff's book titled The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, published in 2018, is that the collection of massive amounts of data about each and every single one of us, then massaged and abused by automated algorithms to increase our engagement, is actually a high-technology form of old-fashioned but extremely effective thought control. To quote us from review, she argues that those companies are intervening in our experience to shape our behavior in ways that favor surveillance capitalists' commercial outcomes. New automated protocols are designed to influence and modify human behavior at scale, as the means of production is subordinated to a new and more complex means of behavior modification, the emphasis being her own. She notes that only a few decades ago, U.S. society denounced mass behavior, mass behavior modification techniques, as unacceptable threats to individual autonomy and the democratic order. Today, however, the same practices meet little resistance or even discussion as they are routinely and pervasively deployed to meet the financial goals of those engaging in surveillance capitalism. To wit, she has proven that this is such a powerful system for modifying our perspectives and behaviors that it intervenes in or interferes with the emphasis here being her own, and I read from her own writ, elemental right to the future tense, which accounts for the individual's ability to imagine, intend, promise, and construct a future. Social media companies have claimed that their algorithms are intellectual properties, inventions, and trade secrets, all things that fall under the rubric of laws designed to advance and protect intellectual property in commerce. In Thomas Carl Hartman's book titled The Hidden History of Big Brother, subtitled How the Death of Privacy and the Rise of Surveillance Threaten Us and Our Democracy, published in 2022, he proves that algorithms must be open source and thus publicly available for examination. The reason so many algorithms are so toxic is because they are fine-tuned or adjusted to maximize engagement to benefit advertisers, who then pay the social mass media company with no consideration for their impact, no consideration whatsoever for their impact on individuals or society in the aggregate. Even more insidious, a multi-billionaire social mass media company owner with a political agenda programs his algorithm to promote a particular politician, POV or point of view, or a story that might help or destroy a politician or political party, or even destroy a nation's citizens' faith in their own government, their own mainstream mass media machine, or in democracy itself. One way to get this under control is to require social mass media companies to ditch the algorithm and its associated advertising revenue model, and work instead on a subscription model with a modest fee. The aforecited Tom Hartman and Nigel Peacock saw this at work for the nearly 2 decades that they ran over 20 forums on CompuServe back in the 1980s and 90s. Everybody there paid a membership fee to CompuServe, and there was no advertising, so they had no incentive to try to mass manipulate their experience beyond normal moderation. There was no algorithm driving the show. Replacing secret algorithms with mass subscriptions, or requiring they be publicly available in plain English so everybody can see how they're being mass manipulated, would reduce the amount of screen time and the level of screen addiction so many people experience, to the point of young people having heart problems today. There's an absolute consensus among both social scientists, psychologists, and political scientists that reducing algorithm-driven screen addiction would be a good thing for both individual mental health and health and cohesion of our society as a whole. But lacking a change in business model, the unique power social mass media holds to change behavior, mass misbehavior, for the perennially ill, from Twitter spreading the Arab Spring, to Facebook provoking a mass slaughter in Myanmar, to both helping Russia elect Donald Trump in 2016 and 2024, cries out for regulation, transparency, and preferably both. 3 years ago, the Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, and, along with the Senatress Cory Booker, Democrat from New Jersey, And the representative is Yvette Clarke, Democrat from New York, introduced the Algorithmic Accountability Act of 2022, which would do just that. To read therefrom, too often, big tech's algorithms put profits before people, from negatively impacting young people's mental health to discriminating against people based on race, ethnicity, or gender, and everything in between, said Senatress Tammy Baldwin, Democrat from Wisconsin, a co-sponsor of the legislation. It is long past time, she added, for the American public and policymakers to get a look under the hood and see how these algorithms are being used and what next steps need to be taken to protect consumers. And let's not forget to protect our democracy, our nation, and the very planet upon which we all dwell. The morbidly rich man, and here I apply that gendered pronoun most pointedly, who own our social mass media machine, are focused far more on adding ever more billions to their money bins than the catastrophic consequences of their algorithms, and are self-evidently oblivious about any and or all of these issues. Instead, they are obviously, malintentionally tweaking their algorithms to promote content that agrees with their prurient political views and economic interests, although we can't be certain about the specific details thereof because they keep them so secret. But it's a sure bet that without the enraging effect of the algorithmic mass amplification of outrage and hate, Donald Trump would never have become president. Most Americans wouldn't support brutal ICE tactics out of fear of the Braun Volk, or brown people, and we wouldn't be subsisting in a nation where 1 in 5 households today have stopped speaking with each other because of elitist, manipulated populist politics. In The Irishman, Bram Stoker's Victorian novel, Dracula, published in 1887, the English solicitor, Jonathan Harker, is dispatched to Transylvania to assist the Count Dracula, an aristocrat, in his move to England. When Harker discovers Dracula lying in a coffin after feeding on blood, he understands the threat that Dracula poses to the Second Greater British Empire. Vampires have long represented our political and social attitudes to race, immigration, and the threat of foreign invasion, reflecting the prejudices of their times. My own vocational research in previewing recreational reading materials for our Blood Boys has explored how graphic storyboards and illustrative novels interrogate political, social, and cultural issues. The literary Dracula, not the historical, became a 20e siècle, the 20th century pop culture phenomenon, appearing in several films and televisual programs. But American graphic literature was relatively slow to feature vampires. In 1954, the United States Senate Subcommittee on Juvenile Delinquency investigated the grossly misnomered comic book industry, which was anything but comic, and more a milieu for horror. Hearings were held to testify about the perceived harm caused by crime and horror storyboards. To allay threats to their business, publishers banded together to form the CMAA, the Comics Magazine Association of America, and established the Comics Code of 1954, which banned crime and horror content, including stories featuring vampires. A revision and relaxation of the code in 1971 enabled vampires to be used when handled in the classic tradition of novels such as Dracula and other high-caliber literary works written by Edgar Allan Poe, Saki, Conan Doyle, and other respected authors whose works are read in schools around the world. Now, this means vampires were illegal in comic books until 1971. This led, upon their release, to the creation of the character Morbius the Living Vampire, who debuted in The Amazing Spider-Man, issue number 101 in July of 1971. Morbius was a scientist with a blood disease whose experimental cure using vampire bats led to his transformation. Soon after, Dracula himself joined the Marvel graphic universe in Tomb of Dracula, issue 1, released in November of 1971, a series that ran until 1979. The writer Marv Wolfman and the artist Gene Colan had to work within the limitations of the code by ensuring that they adhered to a traditional depiction of Dracula, in line with Stoker's original version. This could have limited the style and content of their stories, which were set in the modern era, but the inclusion of a newly created supporting cast kept the narrative fresh and engaging. Vampires in American graphic books retained this outsider status. Invariably, they were European immigrants like Morbius, who was born in Nafplio, Ilada, or Greece. In this way, graphic vampires continue the literary vampire tradition of tapping into the fear of foreigners. Hence, Herr Dr. Victor Werner von Doom as an anti-immigrant populist politician. The graphic storyboard writer Ryan North explored a variation of this theme with Dr. Doom, the Marvel Graphics supervillain in the issues of Fantastic Four released just this year. Doom will be played by Robert Downey Jr. in the new film titled Avengers Doomsday, due for release in 2026. Preview its thematic via The Avengers Meet Dracula. Here in this particular YouTube cartoon, available to you for free via the Douglas Dietrich at this particular link I've just provided in chat, and will provide as well in our Infinite Call. No, I don't get a commission on this, though I fucking bloody well should. I mean, for all the apparent reasons. Well, Doom rules Latvia. Latveria, really, a fictional European microstatelet based on Latvia. It was part of the Teutonic Order, which is why Dr. Victor Werner von Doom speaks German, the Deutschensprecher, the German speak, and he has recently declared himself Emperor of the World, supported by leaders of nations across the globe. Doom also abuses Trump populism by propagating prejudice and fear-mongering against vampires. In Fantastic Four, issue number 29, released in February of 2025, well, read it for yourself, or at least review elements of it for yourself in a link provided by Brendan Zogit, which I will hit him with first since he was the first provider thereof, and also provided, of course, to our listeners in chat, so that you as well can morbidly entertain yourselves. And with that, Susan Storm, the Invisible Girl, the Invisible Woman, I'm sorry, Ben Grimm, and Jennifer Walters, also known as the Invisible Woman, The Thing, and She-Hulk, respectively. Well, I mean, Susan Storm is the Invisible Woman, Ben Grimm, Benjamin J. Grimm, the ever-loving blue-eyed Thing, and Jennifer Walters being the She-Hulk. Well, they meet for lunch in a New York diner, and they discuss Doom's recent activities, which their waitress agrees are wrong before asserting that at least he's doing something about those horrid vampires. And outside, sat on the sidewalk, is a disheveled, slumped vampire holding a sign that reads, "Anything helps." You know, the way I'm going to fucking look if you don't make a contribution right now. Now, apart from the slightly elongated nails and subtly pointed canine teeth, there is nothing to distinguish him from any other normal person begging on a street. Which, of course, would never work for me, because if you ever encounter myself, you'll never forget me. As Brendan Zogit, Aaron Tice, Sammy Romero can all testify to. Ooh, now you talk about comics and vamps when your ratings tank. Let me give him the finger on this one. we have a finger, right? Yes, we do. He uses it, so this time I'll try and find it so I can use it on our man Brendan here. Let me see. I get the down vote. Let's see now. he's giving me the pussycat face that's angry. What do you call that? The angry cat face. How does Brendan get his finger hand? I don't find no finger here in my emojis. Yeah, so at any rate, if I can find I mean, I'm stuck with what? What am I stuck with here? Come on, I gotta have a finger. Brendan, where do you find these fucking fingers? The fuck you finger? I don't see it at all. I don't know where he gets it. Oh well, at any rate, so I'll have to give him something else then. Well, I'll give him a vampire, right? The vampire head, or something like that. I'll give him this. There we are. There we are. I give him my painting nails. And with that, now, Sue, Ben, and Jen, I'm tempted to say Ben and Jerry, they then leave the diner and encounter a terrified family of four being chased by an angry crowd. The father exclaims, "Please, leave us alone!" and "Please don't kill us!" as they try to outrun the mob. The family, dressed in normal casual clothes, are vampires. Protected by the heroes, the parents explain that they are starving. Having been turned away from a blood bank and not wanting to harm people, they resorted to eating a pigeon, which prompted the chase. Members of the crowd scream, "Vampires! Kill them!" and call them monsters. The parents are killed by a member of the mob, but the vampire children are saved by the Fantastic Four. This leads to Reed Richards, aliased Mr. Fantastic, creating a synthetic food substance that quenches vampires' bloodlust before ensuring the children are rehomed with their aunt. Of course, this is where we went off the rails last time because we found out that this was kind of it's a vegan, believe it or not, fucking vegan vampire tofu. I'm sorry, I'm not having it. But that's what you get in comics, right? Thinking that solving vampires' hunger for blood will render Doom's propaganda impotent, the story ends on a foreboding scene. A normal suburban house in America, with parents waving off their children to school even as their house is bedecked with MAGA-styled pro-Dr. Doom flags and signs, evincing that Dr. Doom is still winning the hearts and minds of all too many heartless and mindless Americans. In One World Under Doom, issue number 3, released in April of 2025, a group of superheroes and supervillains team up against their common enemy and find out how Doom has manipulated the world's leaders. Using their own powers, they discover that he has not used magic, telepathy, or mind control. He has merely negotiated with other leaders to become world emperor. His populist policies have been embraced by the public. This, along with the anti-vampire rhetoric and misinformation, creates a powerful allegory of the far-right ideologies that are currently being propagated by politicians across our own world. This current portrayal of Dr. Doom as a proxy for public figures and politicians who abuse anti-immigrant rhetoric, harmful stereotypes, and egregious misinformation strongly suggests that they are the real monsters, not the immigrants, or vampires for that matter. Right now, the Trump maladministration and Republican politicians don't want to touch this algorithm topic because they believe that Musk, Zuckerberg, and all the others who control the algorithms are abusing them to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's advantage. But that sword can cut both ways. And when public outrage reaches the point where it's more profitable for the techno-multi-billionaires to promote anger against those in power than those currently on the outside, The brown vampire demographic by metaphor. White skins will be tanned and leathered into high fashion on the runways of the global south. It's high past time to end the algorithmic manipulation of the American mass mind. Pass it along, because the algorithm most certainly won't. In 1898, as the United Kingdom joined other powers in carving up the once mighty Qing Empire, British Prime Minister Lord Salisbury warned a London audience that the world was dividing into living and dying nations. The living were the rising powers of the industrial age, states with growing populations, transformative technologies, and militaries of unprecedented range and firepower. The dying were stagnant empires, crippled by corruption, clinging to obsolete methods and sliding toward ruination. Salisbury feared that the ascent of some, colliding with the decline of others, would hurl the world into catastrophic conflict. Oh, our dear Open City Karaoke says, God bless Team Triple D Dietrich. God bless you in turn, my dear friend. And let me say that in print, so to speak, in text at least. God bless thee in turn. There we are. And what did he call himself again? Open City Karaoke. Love it. Okay. All right, there you go. Hopefully that takes. And now that era of power transitions I've just described is ending. For the first time in centuries, no country is rising fast enough to overturn the global balance. The demographic booms, industrial breakthroughs, and territorial acquisitions that once fueled great powers have largely run their course. Communist China on the Asian mainland, the last major riser, is already peaking, its economy slowing, and its population shrinking. Europe, the Empire of Japan, and the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire stalled more than a decade ago. India has youth, but lacks the human capital and state capacity to turn it into strength. The United States faces its own troubles: debt, sluggish growth, political dysfunction above all, but still outpaces rivals, sinking into deeper decay. The rapid ascents that once defined modern geopolitics have yielded to sclerosis. The world is now a closed club of aging incumbents, circled by middle powers, developing countries, and failing states. This reversal carries profound consequences. Over the long run, it may spare the world the ruinous cycle of rising powers, their quests for territory, resources, and status that so often ended in war. In the near term, however, stagnation and demographic shocks are spawning acute dangers. Fragile states are buckling under debt and youth bulges. Struggling powers are turning to militarization and irredentism to stave off decline. Economic insecurity is stoking extremism and corroding democracies, while the United States drifts toward thuggish unilateralism. The age of rising powers is ending, but its immediate aftermath will prove no less violent. As a historian, I am obligated to relate to you the story of the Age of Ascent. For context, despite the fad of likening Red China to a rising Athens and the United States to a threatened Sparta, true rising powers are a modern phenomenon. They emerged only in the last 250 years, with the Industrial Revolution, when coal, steam, and oil freed societies from the Malthusian trap, in which every bit of new wealth was swallowed by more mouths, keeping living standards stuck at subsistence. For the first time, wealth, population, and military might could expand in tandem, compounding rather than offsetting one another, allowing countries to amass power on a steady upward trajectory. This transformation rested on three forces: technologies that turbocharged productivity, burgeoning populations that swelled workforces and armies, and military machines enabling rapid conquest. Okay, we've got more incoming from our dear Brendan here. Otoko noko, male daughter or male girl, is a Japanese term for men who have a culturally feminine gender expression. This includes, among others, males with feminine appearances, or those cross-dressing. Thank you. Thank you. You've discovered my mother's pet name for myself. Now, the pre-industrial world had none of these dynamics I've just articulated. From the year 1 to 1820, global income per person rose barely 0.017% annually, or just under 12% per century. With poverty the norm, shifts in power came only in fits and starts, usually by squeezing scarce resources. The classical Chinese and Indian empires eked out agricultural surpluses. Venice and the Ottomans taxed trade. España and Portugal plundered silver, and the Habsburgs and Bourbons expanded through dynastic marriages. Military breakthroughs, cavalry under the Mongols, or gunpowder under the Ottoman, Safavid, and Mughal empires reshaped the balance for a time, but rivals eventually adapted. Even the United Kingdom's vaunted fiscal military state simply wrung more from scarcity. The Industrial Revolution broke scarcity's grip and made productivity the foundation of power, vaulting societies from medieval to modern in under a century. A Briton born in 1830 entered a world of candles, horse carts, and wooden ships. By old age, that same person could ride a railroad, send a telegraph, and walk streets lined with electric lights, factory goods, and indoor plumbing. In one lifetime, per capita energy use multiplied 5 to 10-fold. This upheaval produced the first modern rising powers. In the 19th century, per capita income growth expanded at 30 times its pre-industrial pace, and the gains were concentrated among a handful of states, creating vast asymmetries in power. The United Kingdom, the United States, and the United Imperial German States jumped from furnishing less than 10% of global manufacturing in 1800 to more than half by 1900, while their per capita incomes roughly tripled. Imperial China's and India's shares, by contrast, fell from over half of world output to under 10%, and the Habsburgs, Ottomans, and Russians remained largely agrarian, their industry swamped by imports. By 1900, populations in leading industrial nations earned about 8 to 10 times more per person than dynastic China or India, and several times more than those in Russia and the Habsburg and Ottoman empires. What had once been rough parity became the so-called Great Divergence between the West and the rest. Productivity gains unleashed a population boom. Pre-industrial societies had barely grown. With populations doubling only once in 1,000 years, industrialization shattered that ceiling. In the 19th century, the global population grew about 10 times as fast as it had, on average, from year 1 through to 1750. Mechanized farming, sanitation, electricity, refrigeration, and new medicines lifted global average life expectancy by more than 60% from 1770 through to 1950, allowing populations to double every generation or two. The Kaiserreich of Germany, the United Kingdom, and the United States led this surge, followed by Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and Imperial Russia, while the Taiping war-torn China, India, and the Habsburg and Ottoman empires lagged behind. By World War I, armies that had once numbered in the tens of thousands could muster millions. Manpower fueled industrial militaries, the third ingredient of rising power. Pre-industrial warfare was brutal but limited by logistic supply lines and, well, national bank accounts, among other factors. Armies were generally small, seasonal, and parasitic, living off the land and moving only as fast as who for sale would allow. With crude weapons and poor logistics, wars were frequent but indecisive, often dragging on for decades. Industrialization upended that world. Railroads, steamships, and telegraphs made mass mobilization possible, while rifles, machine guns, and heavy artillery multiplied killing power. By the early 20e siècle, the 20th century, industrial empires controlled 4/5 of the globe, turning the map into a patchwork dominated by a handful of rising powers. Together, these economic, demographic, and military revolutions pulled every region into a single arena. The value of global trade expanded tenfold from 1850 to 1913, and even long-insulated empires such as Tokugawa Japan and Qing China were forced into the fray. For the first time, nations confronted a stark choice: industrialize or be dominated. From that scramble emerged a small roster of great powers, each forged through a few exceptional routes. One was national consolidation, in which the first industrializing region of a fragmented land conquered the rest. Prussia hammered Germania together. Satsuma and Chosu built modern Japan. Piedmont spearheaded Italian unification. And the industrial North in these United States crushed native nations, defeated the secessionist slave-holding South under the House of Dixie, and expanded westward. Another route to power was totalitarianism, as former empires pursued breakneck industrialization under ruthless dictators. Joseph Stalin's Greater Soviet Union, Adolf Hitler's Germania, Mao Zedong's Red China, at staggering human costs. A third route was to become a protectorate. Like the biblical divvies in hell, collectivist China, having watched Axis Japan and Germania remobilize via American imperial war reparations, leaned toward Washington's beginning in the 1970s to extract capital and know-how before breaking away in this century to pursue primacy itself. These were the donors into the rising power club, and all opened under the extraordinary technological, demographic, and military conditions of the industrial age. But, as I said, when collectivist China was watching Japan and Germania remobilize, reindustrialize, remilitarize on the basis of victory in World War II and America's war reparations, called the Marshall Plan and not even given a name, perhaps the MacArthur Plan in Japan. Like the biblical divvies in hell, China had to watch. But now, China leads the way. Only it's leading from tailwinds while sailing into headwinds. This is where I must explain to all of you the powers we have today are the powers that will be in place for all eternity. Because those doors are now closing, productivity is slowing, populations are shrinking, and conquest is growing harder. Today's technologies, remarkable though they are, have not remade life as the Industrial Revolution did. An American apartment from the 1940s, with a refrigerator, gas stove, electric lights, and telephone, would feel familiar today. By contrast, an 1870s home with an outhouse, water well, and fireplace for cooking and heat would seem prehistoric. The leap from 1870 to 1940 was transformative. The step since, far less so. Transport speeds have flatlined. Just 66 years separated Kitty Hawk from the moon landing. Yet half a century later, cars and planes still move at 20th century velocities. The energy sector has shown similar inertia, with fossil fuels still providing more than 80% of global supply, virtually unchanged since the 1970s, despite trillions invested in renewable energy sources. Longevity has plateaued as life expectancy gains in advanced economies have slowed or even reversed. The number of scientists has risen more than 40-fold since the 1930s, yet research productivity has declined by roughly the same margin, now halving every 13 years. More scientists, half the fucking advancements. Oh, here we are. Some input from our dear friend Brendan. Dude, the Tartarian Void Century was suppressed. They had way more tech. They had to do the reset. I gotta find the proper emojis for this before returning to... Actually, what he says is true. In a certain sense. It has to be contextualized, but not right now. Oh God, how do I handle this? I'm trying to figure out a right emoji for this. Okay, here we go. There, that's my response to it. Oh my God. Business R&D, or business research into corporate research and development, has more than doubled as a share of gross domestic product since 1980, but productivity growth and startup formation have each fallen by half in advanced economies. Even the digital revolution has proved fleeting. After a brief surge in the late 1990s, productivity growth sank back to historic lows. Some forecasts claim that artificial intelligence will turbocharge global output by 30% per year, but most economists expect it to add only about 1 percentage point to annual growth. AI excels at digital tasks, yet the toughest labor bottlenecks are in physical and social realms. Hospitals need nurses more than they need faster scans. Restaurants need cooks more than ordering tablets. Lawyers must persuade judges, not just parse briefs. Robots remain clumsy in real-world settings, and because machine learning is probabilistic, errors are inevitable, so humans must often stay in the loop. Reflecting these limits, roughly 80% of firms using generative AI reported that it had no material effect on their profits. This is from a McKinsey global survey on AI that I'm sourcing right now on screen. Even if AI keeps advancing, major productivity gains will take us decades because economies must reorganize around new tools. that offers little relief for today's struggling economies. Global growth has slowed from 4% in the first decades of the 21st century to about 3% today, and to barely 1% in advanced economies. Productivity growth, which ran at 3 to 4% annually in the 1950s and 1960s, has fallen close to zero. Meanwhile, global debt has swollen from 200% of gross domestic product 15 years ago to 250% today, topping 300% in some advanced economies. The demographic outlook is equally bleak. Today, nearly 2/3 of humanity lives in countries with birth rates below replacement levels. Most industrialized nations are literally dying powers, shrinking by hundreds of thousands each and every year, some by millions, and emerging markets are not far behind. Only sub-Saharan Africa still has high fertility, and rates are declining even there. Recent estimates suggest that the global population will begin falling in the 2050s, at the mid-century mark. The implications for national power are stark. As labor forces contract and retiree ranks swell, growth in major economies is projected to decline by at least 15% over the next quarter century. And for some, the hit will be several times worse. Making up that loss would require productivity gains of 2 to 5% a year, the breakneck pace of the 1950s, or longer work weeks, neither of which is realistic amid slowing innovation and mass retirement. Demographic decline also rules out any phoenix-like recovery. In the industrial era, even countries shattered by war could roar back. Germania after World War I, Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, and the Greater Soviet Union whilst still waging World War II under conditions of ceasefire through today, against each other, since they're both legally still at war, the Russian and Japanese empires, and Communist China on the Asian mainland after its century of humiliation, all returned bigger and stronger within a single generation. Today, as populations shrink, lost power may be gone for good. With neither economic growth nor demographic revival to count on, conquest might seem the last path to rising power. Yet, that route, too, is narrowing. The spread of industrial technologies, railroads, telegraphs, and electrification facilitated state building and decolonization, quadrupling the number of nation-states in the world since 1900. Since then, more than 160 foreign occupations have been mired in insurgencies, such as, well, all as cheap rifles, mortars, and rocket-propelled grenades turned villages into kill zones. Nuclear weapons raised the risks of conquest to existential levels, while precision-guided munitions and drones now allow even ragtag militias such as the Houthis to cripple ships and tanks. Meanwhile, the spoils of conquest have shrunk. Land and minerals once enriched empires, but today nearly 90% of corporate assets in advanced economies are intangible. Software, patents, and brands that cannot be plundered. For aspiring great powers in the developing world, the climb is steeper still. Multinational companies from wealthy states dominate capital and technology, while global production has become modular, consigning latecomers to low-value roles, assembling goods or exporting raw materials, without a chance to build globally competitive firms of their own. Foreign aid has dwindled, export markets are contracting, and protectionism is spreading, pulling up the export-led ladder that past risers once climbed. Historical churn has slowed dramatically. With few exceptions, the countries that were rich and powerful in 1980 remain so today, while most of the poor have stayed poor. Between 1850 and 1949, 5 new great powers stormed onto the scene. But in the 75 years since, only Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe the People's Republic of China, has. And it may well be the last. So mind the gap. As the world's preeminent power, the United States sets the pace against which others rise or fall. And at the start of the 21st century, that pace was abysmal. In 2001, the American empire suffered the deadliest attack on our homeland. Over the next decade, we fought two of the three longest wars in human history, costing hundreds of thousands of lives, including those of thousands of Americans, and spending $8 trillion without ever securing a single victory. In 2008, we suffered the worst financial collapse since the Great Depression. Meanwhile, other economies closed the gap. Between 2000 and 2010, Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe, the People's Republic of China's gross domestic product in dollar terms, the clearest gauge of an empire's purchasing power on international markets, jumped from 12% to 41% of American imperial gross domestic product. Russia's share quadrupled. Brazil's and India's more than doubled. And Europe's major economies also made meaningful gains. To many observers, these shifts heralded an epic power transition, what the swarthy house hand Trump propagandist Fareed Zakaria memorably called the rise of the rest, ushering in an allegedly post-American world wherein his Asian Indians would establish themselves as the master caste over us all. But the tide soon turned. In the 2010s, most major economies fell back. Brazil's and Dai Nippon's Greater Japan shares of American imperial gross domestic product were cut roughly in half. Italia, Canada, the latter Russian Empire, and La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, each lost about a third of their relative economic weight, while the United Kingdom's and Die Neue Vereinte Deutschland, the New United Germany, shares contracted by about a quarter. Only India and market-Leninist China continued to climb. The 2020s have been harsher still. India is the only major economy still keeping pace with these United States. From 2020 through to 2024, Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's gross domestic product, fell from 70 to 64% of American imperial gross domestic product. The Empire of Japan's plunged from 22 to 14%. The economies of the United Germany, the United Kingdom, and the French Republic all slid further still, while Putinist Russia's is sputtering after a brief wartime bump. The combined economies of all the countries of Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia have also shrunk, from about 90% of American imperial gross domestic product a decade ago to just 70% circa 2023. The rise of the rest has not merely slowed, it is reversing. Nor is any comeback ever likely. The apparent rise of new powers in the early years of the 21st century was always misleading because gross domestic product is a crude measure of strength. What matters more are the foundations of a robust economy: productivity, innovation, consumer markets, energy, finance, and fiscal health. And on those fronts, most challengers are faltering. Over the past decade, only India and these United States have gained in total factor productivity, which measures how efficiently a country translates labor, capital, and other inputs into economic output. The corpora-shogunal Japanese imperial superstate has stagnated, while others have slid backward, throwing in more inputs but producing less growth. In advanced industries, the gap is wider. American imperial firms capture more than half of global high technological profits. Communist China on the Asian mainland barely manages 6%. The United States' advantages extend further still. Its consumer market is now larger than market Leninist China's and the Eurozone's combined. It is the world's second largest trader, yet it is among the least trade dependent, with exports making up just 11% of gross domestic product, 1/3 of which goes to Mexico and Canada, compared with 20% for Communist China on the Asian mainland and 30% globally. In energy, we have vaulted from net importer to top producer, enjoying prices far below those of our rivals. And the United States dollar continues to dominate reserves, banking, and foreign exchange. Total public and private debt in these United States is enormous, about 250% of gross domestic product in 2024, and likely to climb with the extended tax cuts Congress passed in July, but still lower than that of many peers. In Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, it exceeds 380%. In La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, 320%. And inside the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, it tops 300% once hidden local government, all the hidden local government and corporate liabilities are included. Moreover, from 2015 through to 2025, debt in the United States edged down slightly, while it rose nearly 60 percentage points in market Leninist China, more than 25 in Brazil, and the corporal shogunal Japanese imperial superstate, and nearly 20 in the Fifth Republic of France. Demographics will further drag down American imperial rivals. Over the next quarter of 100 years, our United States will gain about 8 million working-age adults, a 3.7% increase, while the monolithic communist Chinese superstate will lose roughly 240 million, a 24.5% decline, more than the entire labor force of the European Union. Gone forever. The corporate shogunal Japanese imperial superstate will shed about 18 million workers, 25.5% of its labor force. The latter Russian Empire more than 11 million, or 12.2%. Italia around 10 million, or 27.5%. Brazil another 10 million, about 7.1%. And Die Neue Welt in Deutschland, the new United Germany, over 8 million, or 15.6%. The gray wave of aging will compound that pain. During the same period, these United States will add about 24 million retirees, a 37.8% increase over today. But communist China on the Asian mainland will add more than 178 million, an 84.5% increase. Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, already saturated with seniors, will gain 2.5 million retirees, a 6.7% increase. The United Germany will add 3.8 million, up 19%. Italia, 4.3 million, up 29%. Russia, 6.8 million, up 27%. And Brazil, 24.5 million, up a staggering 100%. For 12 centuries, rising powers were propelled by swelling youth populations. Today, major economies are losing workers while piling up retirees, a double blow that no challenger has ever faced. Besides these United States, only India, the world's most populous country, with a workforce that's only projected to grow into the 2040s, seems to be partly shielded from demographic decline, raising its hopes to be the next rising power. Yet India suffers from a crippling dearth of skilled workers. As of 2020, nearly a quarter of working-age adults had never attended school at all. And among those who did, 4 out of 5 lacked basic math and science skills. In total, nearly 90% of young people fall short of essential literacy and numeracy. The problem is magnified by brain drain. India sends more skilled migrants to advanced economies than any other country, One study tracking the 2010 cohort of India's joint entrance examination takers, the gateway to elite technology institutions, found that within 8 years, more than a third of the top 1,000 scorers had moved abroad, including over 60% of the top 100. The Indian economy amplifies all these weaknesses. Labor and industry remain constrained. More than 80% of workers are in the untaxable informal sector, and nearly half of all industrial sectors have contracted since 2015. Infrastructure and trade are also limited. India's busiest port handles only 1/7 the volume of Hongzhonghua, Red China's, and a quarter of the country's trade with East Asia and Europe must pass through foreign hubs, adding 3 days in transit and roughly $200 to the cost of every container. Finally, the heralded services sector is narrow, with growth concentrated in IT, or information technology firms, that cannot absorb a vast labor force at all, leaving about 40% of college graduates in their 20s unemployed, rendering the very act of attending college meaningless, an act in futility. India will remain consequential, its market large, its military strong by regional standards, its diaspora influential, but it lacks the foundations for true great power ascent. This brings us to the last rising power, Red China's gambit. Red China's gamble. If any empire can defy today's headwinds, it is Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China. It produces a third of the world's goods and turns out more ships, electric vehicles, batteries, rare earth minerals, solar panels, and pharmaceutical ingredients than the rest of the world combined. Industrial hubs such as Shenzhen and Hefei can take a design from prototype to mass production in days, powered by the planet's largest electric grid and a vast robotic workforce. Beijing bankrolls research, directs firms, and stockpiles resources, while its AI strategy prizes rapid, low-cost deployment. Sheer scale gives the monolithic communist Chinese superstate leverage. It can flood markets to bankrupt competitors, as it did with solar panels, and churn out strategic goods, from drones to ships to rare earths, faster than any rival. On the asset side of the ledger, market Leninist China looks unstoppable. On the liability side, however, Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's position is far weaker. Its growth model rests on 3 perilous bets: that gross output matters more than net returns, that a few showcase industries can substitute for broad economic vitality, and that autocracy can deliver more dynamism than democracy. These gambles have generated spectacular output, but at ever-mounting costs, and history shows, indeed history proves, that such liabilities are usually decisive. Over the past 12 centuries, states with deeper net resources, what remained after providing for their people, sustaining their economies, and securing their homelands, prevailed in 70% of disputes, 80% of wars, and every great power rivalry. 19th century China and Imperial Russia looked imposing on paper, with the largest economies in Eurasia, but their liability-ridden empires were repeatedly outmatched by smaller, more efficient rivals. The Greater German Reichs, Dai Nippon or Greater Japan, and the United Kingdom. In le 20e siècle, the 20th century, the Greater Soviet Union funneled vast resources into strategic sectors, spending nearly twice as much as the United States on R&D, research and development as a share of gross domestic product, and employing nearly twice as many scientists and engineers, while pumping out steel, machine tools, nuclear technology, and oil, gas, and other raw materials. It built giant dams. The Greater Soviets constructed enormous damways and some of the longest railways on Earth, and leapt out to an early lead in the space race, no less. Yet these feats produced only islands of excellence in a sea of stagnation, and the Greater Soviet Union ultimately collapsed, not for lack of mega projects, but because its broader economy rotted away. Red China today is running into a similar trap. Its investment-driven model relies on ever larger inputs to generate ever smaller returns, with each unit of output now requiring 2 to 3 times more capital and 4 times more labor than in these United States. To keep headline growth going, Beijing has flooded the system with credit, creating more than $30 trillion in new bank assets since 2008, the year America crashed. By 2024, its banking system had swollen to $59 trillion, equal to 3 times its gross domestic product and more than half of global gross domestic product. Much of this debt is sunk in empty apartments, loss-making factories, and bad loans. Assets that look like wealth on paper but are really IOUs that, well, quite realistically, will never be paid. Property and construction, once nearly 30% of the Red Chinese economy, have imploded, erasing an estimated $18 trillion in household wealth since 2020. Not that long ago, the year China unleashed its COVID to bring the rest of the world down to its level, so they could finally try to catch up again. A strategic maneuver, a biological weapon, unleashed for economic purposes. Blow the competition away. But the blowback to Zhonghua Dalu Ren, mainland Chinese citizens, has been harsher than that which hit Americans in 2008, because communized Chinese families had invested more than twice as much of their net worth in real estate. With many middle-class households stripped of their life savings, disposable income has stalled at $5,800 per person, and consumption at 39% of gross domestic product, roughly half the American imperial level and far below what South Korea, the Empire of Japan, and my own Taiwan sustained during our industrial booms. Demand has cratered, and prices have now dropped for 9 straight quarters, the longest deflationary slump any major economy has suffered in decades. Another liability is human capital. While Beijing lavished funds on infrastructure, it neglected its people. Only 1/3 of working-age adults have finished high school, the lowest share among middle-income countries. By contrast, when South Korea and my own Taiwan were at Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's income level in, the late 1980s, roughly 70% of our workers had high school degrees, a foundation that enabled us to move from assembly lines into advanced industries and achieve high-income status. In rural Zhonghua, or China, malnutrition and poverty push many children to drop out by middle school. The result, as the economist Scott Rosell has demonstrated, is hundreds of millions of young workers unprepared for the postmodern economy, just as the low-skill construction jobs that once absorbed them disappear. Demographics and fiscal strain compound that pressure. If market Leninist China's elderly formed a nation of their own, a giant retirement country, an empire of hospice, it would be the world's 4th largest and fastest growing nation on Earth on palliative care Nearly 300 million Chinese on life support today, projected to exceed 500 million by 2050. By then, just 12 workers will support each retiree, down from 10 in 2000 Anno Domini. Yet the safety net is threadbare. Pensions cover only half the workforce and will run dry by 2035. Elder care is weaker still. Single-party state capitalist China has only 29 nurses, I mean to say. Think of what I've just said. Single-party state capitalist China has only 29 nurses per 10,000 people, compared with 115 per 10,000 in Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, and 70 per 10,000 in South Korea. And a withering workforce is shrinking the Red government's revenue base. Tax receipts have fallen from 18.5% of gross domestic product in 2014 to under 14% in 2022. Less than half the average among countries in the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Beijing hopes to boost its economy by subsidizing strategic industries, but those sectors are too small, far too small to offset the collapse of real estate. Electric vehicles, batteries, and renewables together made up barely 3.5% of gross domestic product in 2023, and many are becoming liabilities in and of themselves. Subsidies have spawned gluts, price wars, and zombie industrial zones reminiscent of the ghost cities of the property bust. Red China's automakers churn out twice the number of cars the domestic market can even absorb, and nearly triple the number of EVs, or electric vehicles. Solar firms added 1,000 gigawatts of capacity in 2023, 5 times the rest of the world combined, pushing prices below cost. High-speed rail has piled up about $1 trillion in debt, with most lines running at a loss. Nearly a quarter of Chi-Com industrial firms are now unprofitable, the highest share since 2001 and almost double the share a decade ago, while the Red Empire's top 5 techno giants have shed $1.3 trillion in market value since 2021. I mean, I have to breathe. It's so sad to relate all this. And despite more than $1 trillion in subsidies over the past decade, market-leaning East China still depends on these United States and American imperial allies for 70 to 100% of some 400 critical goods and technologies. Semiconductor chips, for example, have surpassed crude oil as the Eastern Empire's largest import, yet domestic production covers less than 1/5 of demand. At the cutting edge, the Communist Chinese Empire is almost entirely reliant on foreign suppliers. That's where they're getting the resources, to answer Brendan Zogit's question. Where are they getting the raw materials? Basically from, well, outside of China. They got plenty of rare earth, but you can't fucking eat that. Let me say hi to our man 8 Septillion. Here we are. Hi, at 8 Septillion. There we are. Okay, press the enter button there. And with that, we see how dependent Red China really is. After Washington's 2022 export controls on AI chips, the American imperial share of global AI computing power jumped nearly 100%, while Hongzhonghua, Red China's, was cut in half, leaving the United States of America with a 5-fold lead. That episode underscored what the scholars Stephen Brooks and Benjamin Vagley have termed excludable commercial power. Across R&D, our research and development intensive industries, the United States and our allies capture more than 80% of global revenues. In normal times, that dominance yields market power. In a crisis, it becomes a weapon. Communist China on the Asian mainland could lose 14 to 21% of gross domestic product in a trade cutoff, compared with just 4 to 7% for these United States. These vulnerabilities are compounded by Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China's political system. The Chinese Communist Party has turned autocracy into an economic straitjacket, tightening its grip on the private sector and steering capital toward politically connected firms. According to reporting by the Financial Times, venture-backed startups have plunged from roughly 51,000 in 2018 to barely 1,200 in 2023. Foreign investment has dropped to a 3-decade low, while capital flight has risen, with tens of thousands of millionaires and hundreds of billions of dollars leaving each and every year. The result is a brittle economy, formidable assets on the surface, but festering liabilities below. All in the center of gathering storms, no less. The age of rising powers is ending, and the fallout is already fueling conflict. One threat is that stagnating states are militarizing to reclaim lost territories and maintain great power status. The revanchist and the revisionist Russian Empire has already rolled the dice in Ukraine, and if unchecked, will set its sights on wealthier neighbors, such as the Baltic states or Poland. The Communist Chinese Empire might attempt something similar against my Taiwan. For these once rising powers, now facing stagnation, conquest can look tempting. A way to seize respect and resources, absorb populations in some cases nearly twice as wealthy per capita as they are, and allow their leaders to pose as empire builders rather than the senescent stewards of decline that they are. Fear sharpens the impulse, as Western prosperity threatens to lure away borderlands and incite unrest at home. Both the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, haunted by the Greater Soviet's collapse in the 1990s, and the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, wary of a repeat of the 1989 nationwide protests that culminated in the Tiananmen Guangzhou crackdown, stoke revanchism and anti-Americanism to shore up their decaying rule by force of arms to great success. Russians endure staggering losses in Putin's war in Ukraine for cash payouts and patriotic spectacles, whilst the monolithic communist Chinese superstate channels unemployed youth into nationalist boycotts and celebrations of Xi Jinping's promised racial rejuvenation. Meanwhile, the Russian and communist Chinese empires have quintupled military spending relative to these United States and our allies since 2000 Anno Domini, echoing earlier cases when embattled powers. Depression-era Germania and Fortress Nipponica, the Greater Soviet Union in the 1970s and 1980s, poured resources into arms, betting that if they could no longer buy influence with growth, they could bludgeon their way to dominance instead. Precision weapons and drones give small states new tools of defense, but they've also convinced the President Putin and Xi Jinping that quick victories are possible. In a dictator's echo chamber, what looks suicidal to ordinary people can feel like destiny. Another threat is rampant state failure among debt-ridden countries with fast-growing populations. In le XIXe siècle, the 19th century, industrialization turned demographic growth into economic dividends, by moving peasants into factories. That path is now closed. Manufacturing is commodified, automated, and dominated by incumbents, leaving latecomers stuck in low-value niches. Sub-Saharan Africa still has only 11.5% of its workforce in industry, barely more than it had 3 decades ago. India's 2014 Make in India campaign promised a manufacturing takeoff, but the sector's share of gross domestic product has stalled at around 17%, and its share of jobs has actually shrunk. In the Middle East, oil rents have funded urban modernization but not broad-based industrialization. There's nothing made in Arabia. Many poor countries have reaped the life expectancy gains of modernity but without an economic revolution, turning population growth into a liability. The United Nations organization has estimated that 3.3 billion people now live in countries where interest payments on debt exceed investment in health or education. Since 2015, gross domestic product per capita has flatlined across much of Africa and the Middle East. Savings and investment have collapsed, and youth unemployment tops 60% in some countries. These pressures are fueling turmoil. Roughly a third of African states are in active conflict, and jihadist violence in the Sahel has exploded since 2015, with extremist groups such as Boko Haram and affiliates of Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State or ISIS operating across more than a dozen countries, empires in their own right. The new Mongols astride the earth. As people flee from their turmoil, mass migration has soared. As of June of 2024, the United Nations Refugee Agency counted more than 120 million people forcibly displaced worldwide in a diaspora that's a nation all its own. The fastest growing on earth, aside from that of the elderly, is the homeless. The spiral of state failure magnifies the third threat, the advance of anti-liberalism within democracies themselves. After the Syrian war drove nearly 1 million refugees into Europe, ethno-nationalist parties surged across the continent. A similar shift has unfolded in these United States amid record mass migration at the southern border during the Biden misadministration. Public trust in government has collapsed, falling in the United States from nearly 80% in the 1960s, that decade in which I myself was delivered through my mother's loins into this vale of tears, to about 20% today. While automation and inequality have hollowed out middle classes and inflamed identity politics, authoritarian powers exploit these fissures. Russia bankrolls and amplifies extremist movements. Red China exports surveillance tools, and both flood their Western adversaries with disinformation. Liberal democracy has historically thrived in eras of growth, opportunity, and cohesion. It is far less clear whether it can withstand an age of stagnation, mass migration, and digital subversion. As liberal democracy corrodes at home, liberal internationalism is unraveling abroad. In a world without rising powers, the United States is becoming a rogue superpower with little sense of obligation beyond itself. During the disastrously misnomered Cold War, the Third World War in effect, American imperial leadership was 1 part virtue, 3 parts self-interest, protecting allies, transferring technology, and opening up the American imperial markets were the price of containing a rising rival. Allies publicly accepted American imperial primacy because the Red Army loomed nearby, and communism commanded hundreds of millions of adherents. But when the Greater Soviet Union collapsed, the demand for American imperial leadership collapsed with it. Today, with no red menace to fight, and only an amorphous liberal order to defend, the phrase leader of the free world rings hollow even to American ears. As a result, American imperial strategy is shedding values and historical memory, narrowing its focus to money and homeland defense. Allies are discovering what unvarnished unilateralism feels like as security guarantees become protection rackets and trade deals are enforced with tariffs. This is the same logic of raw power that helped spur two world wars, and the consequences are already visible. Multilateral institutions are paralyzed, arms control regimes are collapsing, and economic nationalism has surged. What looms before us on our horizon? The immediate horizon, not any distance of equiprojection, is not any multipolar concert of great powers sharing the world, but a reprise of some of the worst aspects of le 20e siècle, the 20th century, struggling states militarizing, fragile ones collapsing, democracies rotting from within, and the supposed guarantor of order retreating into parochial self-interest. But there be silver linings in every cloud, and if today's dangers can be managed, the end of rising powers could ultimately produce a brighter future. For centuries, the rise and fall of great powers unleashed the bloodiest wars in human history. Without new challengers, the world may finally gain reprieve from the most destructive cycle of all, hegemonic rivalry. As the political scientist Graham Allison Waugh has noted, in the past 250 years, there have been 10 cases of a rising power confronting a ruling one. 7 ended in carnage. One can debate his case selection, but the basic pattern is crystal clear. Rising powers have sparked a catastrophic war roughly once a generation. A world without rising powers will not end conflict, but it may lift the specter of those system-shattering struggles. Violence will persist. Stagnation and state collapse could even make local conflicts more frequent. But such clashes are unlikely to carry the global scope, ideological zeal, generational duration, and apocalyptic potential of hegemonic contests. Shrinking populations and slowing economies could sap the ambition and capacity for continental conquest, or for a rebound once faltering powers stumble. A less dynamic world may also yield a more pragmatic contest between liberal and authoritarian kleptocratic systems rather than the totalizing crusades of communism and capitalism, which emerged from industrialization's upheaval and sought to remake humanity itself. History will not end, but its most catastrophic chapter might. That restraint may be reinforced by what the political scientist Marquez calls a geriatric peace. Aging societies face ballooning welfare costs, shrinking pools of military-age recruits, and risk-averse electorates. On the eve of World War I, the median age of the major powers was in the mid-20s. Today it exceeds 40 in every great power except these United States, which is just under 40. And within a decade, a quarter or more of their citizens will be seniors. A century ago, young societies stormed into world wars. In le 21e, the 21st, grey powers may be too wary and wise to try. If a world without rising powers proves calmer geopolitically, economics may also be brighter than expected. Even without another industrial revolution, new technologies are improving daily life, and humanity is healthier and more educated than ever. Slower productivity growth and aging populations may temper gross domestic product, but they need not prevent a quieter revolution in living standards, creating a future in which societies grow richer in knowledge and healthier in body even as they grow smaller in population. Another source of optimism lies in today's demographic asymmetry. Advanced economies are capital rich but labor poor, while much of the developing world, especially Black Africa, has the reverse profile. In principle, this sets the stage for a new division of labor. Aging societies supply savings and technology, and younger ones supply workers, creating a symbiosis that could sustain global growth even as individual nations slow. The flow of remittances, skills partnerships, and cross-border investment are early signs of this new relationship, and digital platforms are easing coordination. Yet none of this is automatic. The politics of trade and migration are turning inward, and absorbing large migrant flows without disrupting societies remains a daunting challenge. Sans careful management, rules-based migration channels, secure borders, worker protections, and new models of remote collaboration, what could be a growth pact may instead collapse into backlash. The opportunity is real, but so are all the obstacles. Forecasting is a perilous business. Demography can be measured, but technology and politics often surprise. And today's certainties may look naive to, well, a generation or even a few years from now. What can be said with confidence is that for 2.5 centuries, global politics was driven by the rapid rise of great powers, and the forces that made such ascents possible are now receding. That does not guarantee stability, but it does mark a profound shift. The familiar struggle between living and dying powers is winding down. And another story, its outlines still obscure, is beginning to unfold. This is where we all must turn to the Taiwanese model. My Taiwan leads the world in manufacturing semiconductors. My Taiwan is seen as a model for America, primarily in terms of our successful semiconductor industry and its model for government-supported industrial development, particularly the Taiwan model for fostering investment clusters. This model is being proposed in trade talks with these United States to help expand American imperial production capacity, which would also help secure supply chains. Beyond economics, My Taiwan is also a model for our status as a thriving democracy, and the Dietrich, as in the Deutschen Sprech, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as Master Key Strategic Partner in the Indo-Pacific region. As per the Dietrich aspects of the Taiwan model for these United States, think industrial clusters. The model involves creating industrial clusters similar to My Taiwan's science parks to attract investment and facilitate development. Government support, which includes government financial guarantees and strategic planning to support private sector investment. Supply chain expansion. The objective is not to relocate supply chains, but to expand American imperial production capacity, thereby strengthening supply chain efficiency. And techno-partnerships. The proposal being for a high-tech strategic partnership that encourages investment and cooperation in Dietrichonic sectors like semiconductors. Our man says, did you say Master Strudel? Believe me, I could use some strudel right now. Oh, my poor father. How I wish he was still alive. My legal father, I mean. My biological father, Hitler, probably still is with all the genetics that they've. Anyhow, that's another discussion. He says, streusel is a crumbly topping for bake. I know what streusel is. Oh my fucking god. This is what I get. Do I need this? At any rate. Uh so let's just put it this way. Yes. I said Meister Schlüssel. Meister Schlüssel. Master key. Yeah, he says Schlüssel. You got to come on and teach me. If you don't like the way I say it, then you've got to come on and tell me how. Yes. Now, in terms of the broader context, what your Vulcan intervention, or rather Taiwan's Vulcan intervention to save yourself, well, 3 points to be made here. Semiconductor leadership. My Taiwan is a global leader in advanced chip manufacturing, a critical component of the American imperial economy and international security. Strategic partnership. My Taiwan is the Dietrich, literally Meisterschlüssel, our master key American imperial partner in the Indo-Pacific, a relationship that is increasingly important in the context of competition with the Communist Chinese Empire. And, perhaps most importantly of all, democratic values. As a thriving democracy, my Taiwan is seen as a democratic success story and an invaluable senior partner to a senescent anarcho-republic. And my Taiwan is not for sale. America can make a deal with communist China on the Asian mainland without abandoning my island China. As the American imperial president Donald Trump meets with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, as he has in the past weeks, and doubtless will again in the coming months, likely starting, well, we already started the week before last at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum in South Korea, the immediate focus being on how to de-escalate the latest round of export restrictions and tariff threats that the American and Communist Chinese empires have wielded against each other. But Trump and Xi Jinping were also likely to consider a more ambitious deal to reset bilateral relations, which would seek not only to stabilize economic ties, but also to reevaluate geopolitical flashpoints, above all, my Taiwan. Indeed, it was the week before their meeting that Trump acknowledged to reporters that my Taiwan was likely to come up in talks with Xi Jinping. Communist Chinese technocrats have made no secret of their desire to assert control over my Taiwan by force if necessary, and they frequently remind their American interlocutors that island China remains the most sensitive and important aspect of Sino-American relations. Xi Jinping was, he didn't abuse the negotiations this time so far as we know, but then so little has been released. Future negotiations may be abused to ask the American empire to reduce its support for my Taiwan, as Beijing believes that this would help the monolithic communist Chinese superstate achieve its obligation, what it feels to be its objective of bringing my Taiwan more firmly under its control. Xi Jinping could even go so far as to see whether Trump would be willing to fundamentally alter American imperial policy toward my Taiwan by asking the United States to formally oppose my Taiwan's independence, for example, in exchange for lucrative market Leninist Chinese trade and investment promises. Hong Zhonghua, Red China, may be willing to offer more market access to American imperial firms and increased purchases of American goods if Trump is willing to agree to Beijing's requests. But accepting such a deal would be a grave mistake for the American empire. Even subtle changes to American imperial policy that would shift it closer to Beijing's position would destabilize the Asia-Pacific region. A strong Taiwan that is confident in American support is a critical factor in maintaining peace in, well, the Eastern Hemisphere of the world. Trump should not shy away from bringing up my Taiwan in any negotiations with Xi Jinping, but he must use his leverage to push back on the Communist Chinese Empire's encroachment and reestablish norms in the Heiguo or Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait that have proved successful in reducing the possibility of a miscalculation. A good deal with Beijing would ensure my Taiwan safety, not set island China adrift. Here we come to the conundrum of false promises. Beijing's demands to the United States on my Taiwan are rooted in the claim that it is my Taiwan and these United States, not the monolithic communist Chinese superstate, that are the principal drivers of regional instability. But in reality, it is communist China on the Asian mainland's increasingly aggressive actions, both militarily and politically, that have inflamed tensions. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East has engaged in an unprecedented peacetime military expansion aimed at developing the ability to take my Taiwan by force. It has intensified the tempo and scale of military exercises and training in amphibious operations, and it has rapidly expanded its arsenal of nuclear weapons. And it has attempted to isolate my Taiwan internationally and intervene in our domestic politics. Beijing prevaricates that its actions were a response to my Taiwan's 2016 election that led to the presidency of Tsai Ing-wen, a member of the Democratic Progressive Party, which takes a firmer line toward Beijing. But Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, has been increasing its military posturing even before her election. Tsai Ing-wen's, or rather Tsai Ing-wen's predecessor, Ma Ying-jeou, of the Kuomintang, literally the Nationalist Civil Democratic Party, encouraged closer cross-strait ties and signed 24 agreements with Marxist Leninist China on issues such as trade and tourism. Ma Ying-jeou even met with Xi Jinping in Singapore, which marked the first time that political leaders on both sides of the Heiguo, the Black Ditch, had engaged directly since the Kuomintang, the Nationalist Civil Democratic Party, fled to the 100 Islands of Formosa at the end of the Gongnejian, literally the Natcom Civil War, meaning the Kuomintang Communist Civil War in 1949. But despite Ma Ying-jeou's Beijing-friendly positions and this historic rapprochement, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East significantly expanded its arsenal of ballistic missiles and its fleet of fighter jets stationed within range of my Taiwan during his tenure. My Taiwan's defense spending, by contrast, stagnated and even declined for much of Ma Ying-jeou's presidency. Thus, by the time Tsai Ing-wen took office, Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's military spending, outstripped my Taiwan's by a factor of 14. Tsai Ing-wen originally sought to downplay tensions with Hong Zhonghua, Red China, but Red China rebuffed these overtures and instead increased the pressure. Ma Ying-jeou's so-called 1992 consensus which set the basis for cross-strait relations by agreeing that there is only one China, but offering room to interpret this in multiple ways, has grown hugely unpopular in my Taiwan. Tsai Ing-wen nonetheless stated in her inaugural address that she respected the historical fact of the understandings reached in 1992 and offered a creative formula that embodied a one China framework that could, in theory, respect Beijing's bottom line while satisfying the Taiwanese population. But Chicom technocrats rejected that approach, passing up an opportunity to improve cross-strait relations and blaming Tsai Ing-wen for not going far enough. In other words, not surrendering. Since 2022, when then United States Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi carried out a visit to my Taiwan that Beijing saw as provocative, the Communist Chinese Empire has broken many long-standing norms of conduct in the Taiwan Strait. It has been routinely flying aerocraft and sophisticated military drones across the center line of the Black Ditch, a demarcation that both sides respected for decades, and stationed military and Coast Guard vessels around my Taiwan. Communist China on the Asian mainland has been challenging the boundaries of my Taiwan's contiguous zone, an area of 24 nautical miles around island China, and is threatening to violate our territorial waters, which stretch 12 nautical miles from our shores. The monolithic Communist Chinese superstate has also increasingly sought to coerce my Taiwan through non-military means. It has imposed sanctions on Taiwanese products, launched cyber attacks on Taiwanese infrastructure, and pressured the few remaining countries that maintain formal diplomatic ties with my natal urbs, that's Latin for birth city, our capital city of Taipei, to instead recognize Beijing. Meanwhile, amid this intensifying pressure campaign, my Taiwan citizens have further soured on Beijing. When Taiwanese voters elected Lai Ching-te, Tsai Ing-wen's former vice president, as president in January of 2024, Beijing made clear that it would not work with him, labeling him a dangerous separatist intent on destroying cross-strait peace. Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China's military, called Lai Ching-te a parasite and depicted him in a propaganda video as a bug hovering over an island China, my Islas Formosa, engulfed in flames. Although Lai Ching-te has adopted a more defiant stance on my Taiwan's relations with Red China than Tsai Ing-wen did, for instance by labeling China a hostile foreign force, Beijing's preemptive rejection of Lai Ching-te has removed any incentive for him to take a more accommodating approach. Beijing is not looking for a way to break this impasse. Instead, it is seeking external validation for its efforts to undermine my Taiwan's leadership, and ultimately, our Vulcan intervention to save the United States from yourself. Solution, says Brendan Zoget. Taiwan hires India as mercenary force to overthrow the Chicom regime. Then they administer as the reinstated government. Beautiful. I love it. Simplistic, bold, daring, imaginative, creative, out of the box. It's beautiful. I love you, Brendan. In the interim, however, we've got a bad deal rising. In these past negotiations, and in any upcoming negotiations, Xi Jinping could make a range of requests that seek to shift American imperial policy on my Taiwan. These could include asking Trump to publicly oppose my Taiwan's independence, to refrain from advocating for my Taiwan's participation in international organizations such as the WHO, the WHO, the World Health Organization, when Taiwan was the only nation on Earth to experience zero COVID. Well, because they knew that Communist China had manufactured a bioweapon and, well, set up all the cordon sanitaire, their quarantine against it. Because no one else, well, the Taiwanese knew of all people that the Communist Chinese were lying about COVID. And of course, Mainland China, under Xi Jinping, would ask Trump to even restrict arms sales to my island China, something that Brendan Zogit pointed out has failed considerably. Trump likes to make money, and selling weapons makes him the big bucks. So Trump is selling weapons to my Taiwan. Because granting these requests would only bolster Beijing's position and harm American imperial interests. Washington's long-standing position on my Taiwan, which is based on the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, 3 joint communiques between the American and Communist Chinese empires signed between 1972 and 1982, and the 6 assurances that the American Imperial President Ronald Reagan conveyed to Taiwanese leaders circa 1982, is that the United States does not support my Taiwan's independence and does not take a position on our legal status. If Trump were to shift from this neutral stance to one that openly opposes Taiwanese independence, it would upend the carefully crafted American imperial neutrality that has helped maintain peace in the Heiguo, the Black Ditch, of the Taiwan Strait for decades. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate would attempt to cast this maneuver as a vote of no confidence in Lai Ching-te, and would oppose it to bolster a narrative that my Taiwan cannot rely on the United States and should instead seek the best deal it can with Beijing. This would put pressure on my birth city, the national capital of Taipei, rather than Beijing, to reduce cross-strait tensions. But given that it is communist China on the Asian mainland that is primarily responsible for growing risks, this would back my Taiwan's leaders into a corner and embolden Hong Zhonghua, a Red China, and its aggressive misadventurism. Any agreement that limits my Taiwan's participation in international forums will also reverse 3 decades of American imperial policy and further undercut my Taiwan's geopolitical space. Since the American imperial president, Bill Clinton, completed a comprehensive review of American policy toward my Taiwan in 1994, the United States has consistently called for my Taiwan's membership in international organizations that do not require statehood to join, and for its meaningful participation in those that do. During Ma Ying-jeou's presidency, from 2008 through to 2016, Beijing allowed Taipei to participate in meetings with United Nations specialized agencies such as the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the International Civil Aviation Organization, which sets global standards for aeronavigation. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East's demand that the United States cease advocating on my Taiwan's behalf would thus merely be an attempt to selectively isolate and pressure Lai Ching-te. A reduction in American imperial security cooperation with my Taiwan would further erode the ability to deter a potential Chi-Com blockade or invasion of island China. The reality is that my Taiwan does not have the capacity to meet its defense needs on its own, and the United States is the only empire that is willing and able to provide island China with the defensive weapons we require. Over the past 3.5 decades, the United States has approved over $65 billion in arms sales to my Taiwan, helped train my Taiwan's military, and assisted island China's leaders in developing our defense strategy. To prevent Hong Zhonghua, Red China, from attempting to take my Taiwan by force, Washington must ensure that Beijing does not believe it can achieve its political aims at an acceptable military cost. Security cooperation between my Taiwan and the American Empire sends a message to Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's technocrats, and givest Taipei, the capital of my island China, confidence that we can withstand the threats emanating from Beijing. Trump's actions in the first year of his second midterm have already contributed to growing anxiety in my natal capital, Taipei, about the durability of American imperial support. Concessions to Beijing would increase skepticism among the Taiwanese about the value of investing in deterrence and preparing for a potential crisis, what current leaders have called whole of society resilience. It would also further unsettle American imperial allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific, prompting them to question the credibility of the United States of America. If American imperial support for my Taiwan declines, other countries may feel that they have less room to pursue closer relations with my mother island's capital of Taipei, offering the monolithic communist Chinese superstate another opportunity to try to push regional powers away from cooperating with my Taiwan. Oh, we've got a new link from our man, Brendan here. Thank you. Yes. One Piece doesn't just break the internet, it breaks reality. Mexico has joined the growing list of countries using the Straw Hat Jolly Roger as a symbol of resistance. The impact of One Piece continues to move far beyond anime culture and into real-world activism. After Peru, France, Indonesia, Argentina, Nepal, Italia, Malaysia, or Madagascar, and the Philippines, Mexico has now joined the growing list of countries where the iconic Straw Hat Jolly Roger is being used as a symbol of resistance. In Mexico, thousands of people across more than 50 cities have taken to the streets, rallying against rising crime, corruption, and the government's failure to deliver meaningful change. What stands out is not just the scale of the protests, but the imagery. Among the banners and signs, the Straw Hat flag waves prominently, representing unity, courage, and the refusal to bow to oppressive systems. This movement is being pushed heavily by Gen Z, Generation Z, or Gen Z, through social media, where the Jolly Roger has become a shorthand for rebellion, justice, and the spirit of fighting back, echoing the themes that define One Piece itself. What started as a fictional symbol of freedom has evolved into something much larger, a global emblem for those who feel unheard, unsupported, or oppressed. As more countries adopt the flag as a rallying point, One Piece continues to prove that its influence doesn't end on the screen. It resonates in the streets, in the hearts of young people, and in the fight for a better world. Thank you so much for this beautiful news, my dear Brendan. I appreciate that profoundly. And yes, I'll try and do a one-hat photograph for you. I'll have my son model me with a straw hat. I don't know if I can look anything like the One Piece character. He's pretty fucking bug-eyed. And I don't know if I can carry... Like, I've seen him carry dead fish in his fucking mouth, so I'm not sure if I can pull that off, even for a photograph. But, yes, let's get back to the art of the deal. He says, thank Oda-sensei. Yes, our praise to Oda-sensei, founding father of an internation, a trans nation, an ultra nation, as it's called, OTRA, ultra nation, a nation that is without boundaries. Thank you. He says, you are definitely not king of pirates. Laugh out loud. Yes, I know that much. Yes. More like Gecko Moria. You have to show me a picture of that character. You'll have to show me a picture of that character. I'm not quite sure who that one is. Yeah, I'll respond once I see who this person is. Back to where we are, of course. From surveying and repressing Chinese citizens to firing and prosecuting potential rivals, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping seems able to rule only through fear. But fear is not a foundation for long-term stability. And the more Xi Jinping seeks to consolidate power, the more vulnerable his position becomes. This means American negotiators can make a good deal with market Leninist China, that reduces tensions in the Hague War or Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait without selling out my island China. The objective being to take incremental steps to restore the status quo norms that existed before Pelosi visited my Taiwan circa 2022. This brings us to the art of the deal. Here we are. He says, Moriah. There we are. Let's take a look. Gecko Moriah. Oh God, I'm afraid to look at this. Okay, that. Oh my God. Yes. Okay. All right. I don't know what to make of this. There we are. So we'll leave that be. No response to that. At any rate, Washington must press Beijing to pull its military, Coast Guard, and surveillance ships forever away from my Taiwan's contiguous zone. Reduce the frequency and scale of major military exercises around my Taiwan. Refrain from crossing the center line in the Hague War, the Black Ditch, and decreasing its military buildup in areas within range of my Taiwan. In exchange, the United States could offer to make reciprocal changes to reduce its overall military buildup in region. Such steps would reduce the chance of escalation and add much-needed stability to the Taiwan Strait. Negotiations could start by seeking to limit offensive military capabilities around my Taiwan. The United States could ask Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, to withdraw long-range mobile and ballistic missile systems currently stationed opposite Isla Formosa, so that attack systems on the mainland are not positioned within range to strike island China. It could also request that Red China restrict how closely PLA or People's Liberation Army ships and aircraft operate near my Taiwan. In exchange, the American empire could pull back its own long-range weaponry, such as Typhoon missile systems that it recently deployed to the Philippines, from mainland China's immediate periphery, while maintaining the ability to redeploy these capabilities if necessary. The United States could also refocus its regional military exercises involving aircraft carriers and bombers on defensive objectives, such as protecting American imperial and allied territory, rather than offensive missions that appear to target communist China on the Asian mainland. The United States could also propose establishing a de facto buffer zone around my Taiwan. Such a buffer would reduce the risk of incidents that could escalate into a major conflict. It would also restore early warning indicators that would make it easier for both Beijing and Washington to send and read strategic signals, which would allow them to differentiate between routine exercises and military escalation. As long as the United States maintains enough forces in region to communicate its willingness to enforce boundaries, such a buffer zone would not undermine the ability of my Taiwan and our American empire to collectively deter the Communist Chinese Empire. The monolithic Communist Chinese superstate may be amenable to this arrangement because Xi Jinping, who continues to purge high-level military officials, appears to not fully trust the People's Liberation Army or its readiness to take my Taiwan in the near term. By the way, taking a look at another image sent by our man, Brendan. Gecko Moriah style sticker for... Oh my God, I can see the similarity. I can see the similarity there. Anyhow, oh God, he's sending another one. I'm being regaled. Oh, I like this one much better. This is Jeff. Yes. Well, I much prefer Perona. Perona, is she like a biofax? What the fuck? I want to know more about her. Oh, that's his girlfriend. Okay, cool. There you are. And she looks like a biofax. Well, he's got great taste. At any rate, Xi Jinping's purges reveal his insecurity. During his 13 years in power, Xi Jinping has steadily tightened his grip on all levers of authority in single party state capitalist China. The CPC, the Communist Party of China, the state apparatus, and the military, while expanding surveillance into virtually every aspect of society. Yet his recent purge of 9 top ranking generals, like those before it, shows that he still sees enemies everywhere. After taking power in 2012, Xi Jinping launched a crackdown on corruption within the CPC and the PLA, the People's Liberation Army. The campaign was initially popular because Red China's one-party state system is rife with graft and abuse of power. But it soon became clear that enforcement was highly selective, a tool not for building a more transparent or even an effective system, but for consolidating all power in Xi Jinping's hands. In Xi Jinping's China, advancement depends less on competence or integrity than on earning the leader's personal trust. But even after more than a decade of promoting only loyalists, Xi Jinping continues to dismiss officials regularly, including top military commanders. According to the United States Office of the Director of National Intelligence, nearly 5 million officials at all levels of government have been indicted for corruption under Xi Jinping. And this is to say nothing of those who simply disappear sans explanation. True to form, Xi Jinping's regime claims that the military leaders swept up by his latest purge, including General He Weidong, a member of the Politburo, vice chair of the Central Military Commission, and the third highest ranking figure in mainland China's military hierarchy, committed disciplinary violations and duty-related crimes. But a more plausible explanation is that Xi Jinping is playing an interminable game of whack-a-rifle, desperately trying to preserve his grip on power. Xi Jinping's fears are not entirely misplaced. Each new purge deepens mistrust among the single-party state capitalist China's elite and risks turning former loyalists into enemies. From Mao Zedong to Joseph Stalin, there be ample evidence that one-man rule breeds paranoia. By now, Xi Jinping may well have lost the ability to distinguish allies from foes. At 72 years of age, Xi Jinping remains so insecure in his position that, unlike even Mao Zedong, he has refused to designate a successor, fearing that a visible heir would only hasten his own downfall. None of this bodes well for People's China. By refusing to lay the groundwork for any eventual leadership transition, Xi Jinping sharply increases the risk that the end of his rule, however that comes, will usher in political instability. In the meantime, Xi Jinping's emphasis on personal fealty over ideological conformity is weakening institutional cohesion in a system once grounded in collective leadership. Coupled with his arbitrary firings and prosecutions, communist Chinese governance is now increasingly defined by anxiety and psychophancy, rather than consistency and competence. Oh, let me take a look at some incoming messages. Oh, yes. Yeah, cool. Cool. Wow, damn. She's had a lift. Yes, kawaii means... I know that much. Kawaii means cute. I know that. Jesus Christ. Give me some credit, Brendan. It's like... What is that, a snake ghost around her legs? What's that snake ghost that's swirling around her legs? I love it. Okay. At any rate. Now, mainland China's military is paying a particularly steep price for Xi Jinping's insecurity. In recent years, the PLA has undergone sweeping structural reforms aimed at transforming it into a postmodern fighting force capable of winning informationized wars. But Xi Jinping's purges risk undermining this effort by disrupting military planning and leadership. Exempli gratiae. His abrupt removal in 2023 of the leaders of the PLA's rocket force which oversees Hongzhonghua, or Red China's arsenal of nuclear and conventional missiles, may have jeopardized Red China's strategic deterrent. Cool, she has the ghost devil fruit. I love it. Yes, there we are. Now, replacing experienced commanders with untested loyalists might ensure Xi Jinping's political survival, and historical Chinese leaders have often used the military to safeguard their own power, but it does nothing for national security. And when generals are preoccupied primarily with political survival, both morale and operational readiness suffer. Can the PLA fight and win a war against a major adversary like the Asian Indian or American Empire while operating under the political constraints Xi Jinping has imposed upon it? Ha 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 ha! Well, we'll see. All right, I love it. There we are. She is the Horo Horo no Me. Paramecia type devil fruit allows the user to conjure ghosts. There we are. Okay. Nice stuff there, Brendan. All right. Now, so far, Xi Jinping has advanced his expansionist agenda through stealth and coercion rather than open warfare. But a paranoid leader surrounded by sycophants, unwilling or unable to challenge him, is always at risk of strategic miscalculation. Recall that Stalin decimated the Red Army's leadership on the eve of the Nazi invasion with disastrous results. In Xi Jinping's case, it might be People's China that does the invading if he orders an amphibious assault on my Taiwan. For all the pomp surrounding Red China's rise, the empire is beset by structural problems, including a slowing economy, rising youth unemployment, and a simultaneously aging and declining population. Popular discontent may well be growing, but it is masked by repression, just as any potential challenge to Xi Jinping's leadership is preempted by mass purges and prosecutions. Ultimately, Xi Jinping seems able to rule only through fear. But fear is not a foundation for long-term stability. A leader consumed by fear of disloyalty may command obedience, but never genuine fidelity. Obedience is not merely a poor substitute for strength. It can become a source of fragility, as it leaves little room for creativity, competency, or collaboration. The great irony of Xi Jinping's approach is that the more he seeks to consolidate power in his own hands, the more vulnerable his rule becomes. Mao Zedong's mass purges culminated in chaos and national trauma. Oh, ooh. Our man Brendan says, I heard a glitch and the lag increased from earlier, but clear on YouTube. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Brendan. He says, Gute Nacht. Oh, let me, let me give this an upvote. As for Gute Nacht, I'll just heart that. Love you dearly, Brendan. Get a good night's sleep, okay? Blessed be thy dreams and sweet be thy slumber. All right. Now, as I said, Mao Zedong's mass purges culminated in chaos and national trauma. Xi Jinping's methods are more sophisticated, but the underlying logic is the same, as could be the results. Xi Jinping is picturing himself as a new, idealized Mao Zedong, but he lacks both the intelligence, whatever there was of that in light of all the awful decisions Mao made, and the personality to pull it off. Looking at Xi Jinping at any official function, and he comes off as not having the slightest clue what he's fucking doing, or even what he should be doing. Xi Jinping wants to be Mao Zedong, but his fate differs from that of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong conquered Tianjia, the world under heaven, and ruled Tianjia until his death. Xi Jinping started out ruling Tianjia and ends up losing it. There's an ancient Chinese parable. Matter of fact, I'm going to put it into the chat for you. And I should really credit it, but I'll do that separately. Here we are in the chat. And as well, we're going to put that into the infinite call. Here we are. And this ancient Chinese parable is sources, well, from Wang Bo. In other words, we would refer to him in China by his name first and then his title, Wang Bo Chan Qi Xi, a poem by Zen master Wang Bo. Let me get this into the chat for you. And I'll put this into where those who bother to read Chinese can, well, basically, if you can't read it, you can show it unto others and they can read it for you. And we'll also share that with our wonderful people on the Infinite Call. And here we are with that. And when you look at this, it says, 继续是动用不动，众愿后进不为功，一方人间两军义，刚到尽谢运一样. There's different ways to interpret this into the English. The red rat, had the same fate, but different fortunes. The good times in the Central Plains were in vain. The Southern Army arrived in the West, but just as it arrived, the Golden Snake's fate was over. Let me rephrase that, maybe. The Red Rat's times coincide, but fortunes differ. The beautiful scenery of the Central Plains yields no achievement. In the West, the Southern Army arrives again. Just as the Golden Snake's fortune begins, it already ends. Or, the fate of the Red Rats would be different this time. The Reds cannot take credit for the good times in the Central Plain. The West sees again the Southern Army coming back. The luck of the Reds would run out by the year of the Golden Snake. That would be 2061. In such context, leaders in the American and Communist Chinese empires should also explore mutual restraint in how they talk about my Taiwan's legal status. In recent years, the Communist Chinese government has only intensified its campaign to push an alternate interpretation of United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2758. The 1971 measure that flipped the United Nations seat representing Zhonghua, or China, from my own natal herbs or birth city of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, to Beijing. The monolithic Communist Chinese superstate claims that Resolution 2758 says that my Taiwan is part of Zhonghua Renmin Guanghe, the People's Republic of China, a claim that Western legal scholars widely reject, raising concerns that Beijing is seeking to lay the legal foundation for attacking my Taiwan. Meanwhile, the American empire's pushback against Red China's imposition on Resolution 2758 is viewed in Beijing as an effort to promote my Taiwan's permanent separation from the mainland. The two sides should pursue a ceasefire in this war of words, in which both sides refrain from discussing my Taiwan's legal status, a practice that had largely been followed for decades. Although these are but limited steps, any incremental progress in the Heiguo, or black ditch of the Taiwan Strait, would be a major achievement. Rather than merely reacting to Beijing's proposals, Washington can set the agenda on My Taiwan and stabilize the Heiguo, or Black Ditch, which remains the likeliest venue of a war between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. If the Communist Chinese Empire of the East balks at American suggestions, it would nonetheless clarify Beijing's intentions and send an important signal to the region that the United States does not seek war in the Taiwan Strait and is committed, in both words and deeds, to preventing one. Because now, with Miami as a critical link, the Latin American nations look to My Taiwan as the model for modernization. Let's take a look at our dear Brendan responding. Yes, wonderful, Brendan. Thank you so much. Held at the Colonnade Hotel in Miami's affluent Coral Gables neighborhood last year, the forum, titled Prospects for Greater Economic and Cultural Engagements, subtitled Latin America, USA, Pacific Asia Region, organized by the Latin American and Caribbean Presidential Mission, brought together former Latin American presidentes, Japanese and Taiwanese officials, and industry experts to discuss Pacific Asia's role in fostering global economic integration. In particular, emphasis was placed on My Taiwan's potential contributions to Latin America, both as an example and as a senior partner. So, just as our man Brendan describes Xi Jinping as more like the red roach instead of the red rat, the noble rat is nothing like that. Thank you. Thank you. I was born in the hour of the rat. I relate to the rat in many ways. For those of you who don't know, Chinese hours are labeled by the zodiacal animals just as the years are. The first year on the calendar, the zodiacal system of the Sinoviet lunar calendar is the year of the rat. It's the first year. The ox follows thereafter, and then the other animals. Well, the first hour, 12 o'clock, whether noon or midnight, is the hour of the rat. I was born in the hour of the rat at high noon. Okay, such having been said, when it comes to, he says, rat was the first to speak with the Buddha. Yes, that's right. And the reality was the ox, he says, the most wise. Well, certainly, yes, he was certainly the most, let's put it this way. The ox was supposed to be the first because the ox was everything. All of China's agricultural revolution, Vietnam's, all based on the ox. And the ox was loyal and passive and magnificent, and in the worst of all possible emergencies, he provided a lot of meat. So the ox was, the rat was supposed to be somewhere along the line because in desperate times, people could always eat the rats. There was never a shortage of rats to eat. So they would save people in hunger as well. But the ox was going towards the Buddha to be blessed, but the rat, which was actually towards the end of the line, just ran over everybody's heads and jumped on everybody's back and jumped on the ox's back, then jumped over the ox's horns and jumped in front of the line to be blessed first by the Buddha because the rat is cunning. Cunning. The rat is cunning. and an asshole. So yeah, but Buddha blessed him first because, I guess who dares wins. At any rate, your Vulcan intervention is beginning south of the border. Latin America has traditionally relied on agriculture and raw material exports to power its economies, with growing investments in mining operations thereby Zhonghua Dalu, or mainland China. But as the conference made clear, Latin America needs to be more than just a supplier of metals like copper and lithium. Consequently, it is now exploring avenues to diversify and modernize its economies, and speakers pointed out that Latin American countries, well, they can adopt strategies similar to my Taiwan's remarkable transformation over the past few decades from an agrarian economy like their own to a high technology powerhouse. Okay, so our man says, that explains you. Indeed. Indeed. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. Now, at the Latin American and Caribbean Presidential Missions Forum, the former presidente of Bolivia, Jorge Fernando Quiroga, went on record to state, I do not think people understand the necessity and dependence of Taiwanese products and companies. Everybody knows about Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and Tesla, but not many know about Foxconn and TSMC, tall companies from Taiwan that the world would not work without. This brings us to understanding Taiwan's soft powers. To understand the potential of Latin America, one need only look at how my Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing capabilities have given it significant soft economic power, overshadowing island China's geopolitical tensions with neighboring communist China on the Asian mainland. If you drive an hour south of my birthplace, Taiwan's capital city of Taipei, you'll find yourself at the sprawling 1,400-hectare Hsinchu Science Park, adorned with massive buildings displaying the logos of some of the world's leading chip manufacturers. One includes the world's most valuable chip company, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, one of about 500 techno firms that have established their presence in mine own Taiwan's Super Silicon Uber Valley. By the way, he says, everyone outside of his country knows that. Cool, yeah. Oh, yes. And, all right. Love you, Brendan. Okay. Now, semiconductors are essential components in modern electronics, used to power everything from smartphones and computers to cars, medical devices, and microwaves. With a 68% market share, my Taiwan is a global leader, the global leader, in the semiconductor industry, accounting for 92% of the world's most advanced chip manufacturing capacity. TSMC alone produces nearly 90% of the world's most advanced chips. They're the firm behind all of Apple's custom chips, also supplying CPU, or central processing units, and GPU, or graphics processing units, for Apple, Nvidia, Qualcomm, and more. But let's go to the Latin link here, because the lessons of my Taiwan's prowess in high tech have never been lost on Latin America. If you in the North can't understand, they're not missing out down south. Exempli gratiae, los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexicano States, has been increasingly involved in electronics manufacturing, contributing to the production of goods such as televisions and smartphones. In the current context, however, it is the demand for semiconductors that has surged globally, driven by the proliferation of technologies like 5G, artificial intelligence, and electric vehicles. By junior partnering with my Taiwan, Latin American nations can capitalize on this trend, and my Taiwan's ITRI, or ITRI, Industrial Technology Research Institute, has been working with several Latin American countries to transfer technology and provide training. Brazil and neighboring Paraguay, in particular, have shown interest in developing such a semiconductor industry. Now, Paraguay, they waged a war against the rest of South America in their history. They paid dearly, but they survived. In 2017, Paraguay's former Minister of Industry and Commerce, Gustavo Leite, visited the Taiwan headquarters of Foxconn, one of the world's leading contract manufacturers known for producing products like Apple smartphones and electric vehicles. Shortly after Leite returned home to Paraguay, the Taiwan UPT, or Paraguay Polytechnic University, was established to develop engineering and technological talent in Paraguay. You wouldn't believe it, the primary core of Nazi culture for generations in South America. My Taiwan is responsible for guiding the university's development, while Paraguay is responsible for funding and constructing the campus. Leite, or Leite if I've heard it pronounced in different dialects. I'm really sinicizing it. It's Leite. He recounts, and here I quote his T, I told them, we want to manufacture and assemble iPhones in Paraguay. They looked at me and said, how many engineers speak English and Mandarin Chinese and are trained in electronics and industrial processes? So I said, I'll come back in 5 years. Now we have the 5th graduating class of engineers who speak Mandarin Chinese and English, trained in Paraguay with Taiwanese expertise. President Peña announced the first factory for electric buses by a Taiwanese company in Paraguay. And now we're in a position to return to Foxconn and say, hey, we're ready, look at us. We would like to use our energy to be the backup for Taiwan in terms of semiconductors, and we're working on that. Statistics further highlight the growth potential. In 2020, my Taiwan's exports to Latin America amounted to $7.7 billion, demonstrating a growing economic interdependence. Moreover, Taiwanese firms have been increasingly investing in Latin American countries, with over 100 Taiwanese companies operating in Brazil alone. And again, I cannot overemphasize, Paraguay, which fought a war against the rest of South America, became the core of Nazi culture in South America for generations. Now we have the Miami connection. Now, trade between Miami and my Taiwan has also been on the rise, with Miami serving as a crucial cargo point for Taiwanese goods entering the Latin American market. Over the past decade, the Port of Miami, often referred to as the cargo gateway of the Americas, has been, it's seen a substantial increase in Taiwanese imports, particularly in electronics, machinery, and high-tech components. In 2023, Miami imported over $713 million worth of goods from my Taiwan, marking a significant increase from previous years. This surge is largely driven by the high demand for Taiwanese technology products and components essential for various industries. Port Miami and Evergreen Marine Corporation, a major Taiwanese shipping company, have also established regular shipping routes between my Taiwan and Miami. The economic ties between Miami and my Taiwan extend beyond trade. Taiwanese companies are increasingly investing in Miami's local economy, particularly in high-technology ventures. The Director General, Chow Chi-yu, westernized as Charles Chow, of the TECO, T-E-C-O, the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Miami, has been quoted as stating, though Taiwan has few natural resources, we have invested heavily in our human resources. Such economic strength has played a pivotal role in fostering fruitful international relationships, particularly here in Miami. Even U.S. firms like NVIDIA are visiting Taiwan to learn from the semiconductor masters. In a recent presentation on June 3rd, the NVIDIA CEO, Jensen Huang, thanked Taiwan for the partnership, stating, "Taiwan and our partnership have created the world's AI infrastructure." As a significant driver of my Taiwan's economy, semiconductors contribute approximately 15% of our nation's $770 billion gross domestic product and employ over 70,000 people. What drives our industry isn't in the tech itself, but in the people behind it. A perfect example is the Stanford-educated Wu Minjiao, westernized Min Jiao Wu, who began his career in California's Silicon Valley. Like many, Taiwanese talent usually leaves home for these United States to work, creating a brain drain. Wu Minjiao instead wanted the brain power back in my Taiwan. So he convinced 28 Taiwanese engineers to participate in a reverse brain drain, raising enough venture capital to return to our Taiwan and establish Maycronics International Company Limited to manufacture high-end computer chips. Today, Maycronics is worth almost $2 billion United States dollars and supplies chips for Nintendo gaming consoles, e-cars, and Nike Smart Fit devices. My Taiwan is thriving with similar high techno ventures, far surpassing any Pacific counterpart to Silicon Valley. This contrasts sharply with nations like South Korea and the Empire of Japan, whose late 20th century economic booms were driven by large-scale manufacturing. Instead of producing any wide range of products, Taiwanese firms typically specialize in one or two value-added high-tech areas, such as computer technology, and excel at them. Maycronics also produces semiconductor chips used in drones that both Russia and Ukraine have adopted in their conflict. Less commendably, Wu Minjiao asserts that he is uninterested in the political implications and would sell these products to communist China on the Asian mainland if it were allowed, something that trade restrictions now prevent. Indeed, previously, Maycronics supplied chips to the Commu-Chinese telecommunications giant Huawei. Maycronics isn't the largest semiconductor manufacturer, but stands out for its innovation and advanced research and development capabilities. Its influence on the industry stems from a pivotal manufacturing innovation. When Maycronics was founded, Japanese companies dominated the market with their disciplined and experienced operations. To gain a competitive advantage, Wu Minjiao computerized all manufacturing processes, an innovative maneuver at the time. This allowed Maycronics to collect data on how minor changes in semiconductor geometry could impact performance. Such cutting-edge techniques are a significant factor in my Taiwan's leading position in the semiconductor industry today. We are the semiconductor industry. Latin American nations would love to enjoy similar economic importance, but even with the best efforts, that dream is still a generation away to be generous. Wu Minjiao himself said he believes it would take other countries at least a decade to match Taiwan's current level of semiconductor expertise. All the more reason for urgent action now. For my Taiwan, its economic might through technological advancements has also given us the ultimate soft power on the global stage. Expertise in semiconductors and strategic investments in education and infrastructure abroad are pivotal to forging international alliances and enhancing our global relevance. While escalating geopolitical tensions could trigger a significant crisis, disruption in my Taiwan semiconductor industry would completely destroy the global economy, halting the production of electronic devices worldwide. Wu Minzhao, for one, is not worried. As long as we can produce world-class technology, we can survive and continue to contribute to the status quo in Taiwan. For now, we are so indispensable that even China and the United States fear a war against Taiwan that could destroy Macronics. Speaking of that war, here's a link for all of you to review, both in the live stream, where I'll enter it into chat, and of course in our infinite call for the sake of all of Team Dietrich. And here we put that into Taiwan in the shadow of war. Before, says here, facing China's growing military and political pressure, Taiwan races to strengthen its defenses before it's too late. Now, all of that gives us a realistic picture of just how, well, let's put it this way. Vis-a-vis the new Eurasian order, the American empire must link its primary Pacific and ancillary Atlantic strategies. On the 28th day in October of 2024, a group of South Korean intelligence officials briefed NATO members and the alliance's three other Indo-Pacific partners, Australia, New Zealand, and the Empire of Japan, on a shocking development in the war in Ukraine. North Korea's deployment of thousands of its troops to Russia's Kursk region to aid Moscow's war effort. The fact that Seoul, capital of South Korea, sent its top intelligence analysts to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, for this briefing was nearly as stunning as North Korea's decision to enter the war in Ukraine. Both developments reflect a new reality. The United States' adversaries are coordinating with one another in unprecedented ways, creating a more unified theater of competition in Eurasia. In response, American imperial allies are coalescing. For a few years, the United States led that effort. In 2021, we formed AUKUS, A-U-K-U-S, a security arrangement with Australia and the United Kingdom. In fact, the very acronym, A for Australia, UK for United Kingdom, and US for United States, AUKUS. In 2022, NATO began inviting Asian countries to participate in its annual summits. And in 2024, South Korea, the United States, the European Union, and the Empire of Japan created a coalition to loosen the monolithic communist Chinese superstate's grip over pharmaceutical supply chains. Today, however, the United States appears to be dispensing with a trans-regional approach to great power competition. In May, Elbridge Colby, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, dissuaded British officials from dispatching an aerocraft carrier on a scheduled deployment to the Indo-Pacific. According to an anonymous source quoted by Politico magazine, the summation of Colby's position was simple. "We don't want you there." He urged them to focus instead on threats closer to home, namely the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. Washington is now encouraging its Asian and European allies to stick to their neighborhoods, a throwback foreign policy that is ill-suited to the current moment. The Sino-Slavic synaxes are synchronizing their transgressions and sharing weapons and technique. Together they pose a threat more formidable than any the United States has faced in decades. The lines between Asia and Europe are blurring, and crises on one continent have spillover effects in the other. The American empire must strive to influence the new networks its allies are crafting, not resist them. Otherwise, Washington will find itself on the fringes of a new global order. I mean, come together. The American primacy depends on Asian and European security, in that order. In the 1940s, the political scientist Nicholas Spikeman argued the importance of commanding the coastal edges or rimlands of Eurasia. To read from his writ, "Who controls the rimland rules Eurasia. Who rules Eurasia controls the destinies of the world." Since then, every American imperial president, with the exception of the Putin-puppeted Donald Trump, has shared Spikeman's conviction. They have also shared a belief that the United States should never again allow the emergence of a powerful Eurasian bloc that could threaten American interests. Any alignment of regional powers, whether as allies or in coordinated opposition to these United States, could pose a threat to American imperial preeminence. When that happened in the 1910s and again in the 1930s, the United States was drawn into two devastating world wars. Thus, while American leaders firmly committed themselves to both Asian and European security after World War II ceasefire, they also spent most of the next half a hundred years trying to keep American imperial adversaries divided and American imperial allies apart. This approach sustained American dominance for decades, but it is no longer fit for purpose. The United States now faces the prospect of an emerging monolithic Eurasian military-industrial bloc. Zhongguo Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity, is building a partnership with the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire that is an alliance in all but name. Both Eastern empires have formidable militaries and years of experience carrying out hybrid operations, such as cyber attacks, maritime disruptions, and mass disinformation campaigns. Yesteryear, the Russian Empire signed a mutual defense treaty with North Korea. The Communist Chinese Empire conducted joint military exercises with Belarus and Serbia. Meanwhile, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires abuse institutions such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS, BRICS, a group named after its 5 founding member states, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, to provide a veneer of legitimacy to their conspiracies. Although this loose coalescing of adversaries is driven more by shared grievances than by common interests, the United States cannot ignore it. Washington must unify its alliances by investing in cross-regional ties. The American imperial president Joe Biden recognized that need and sought to build the muscle of democratic alliances. The AUKUS Pact, for example, was an ambitious effort to forge connections among allied defense industries across the Atlantic and the Pacific in fundamentally new ways. With Chi-Com technologies and North Korean troops aiding Russia's war efforts in Ukraine, European partners know they can't sit on the sidelines of Asian geopolitics. And Indo-Pacific partners understand that what happens in Ukraine today could influence how the monolithic communist Chinese superstate approaches my Taiwan tomorrow. As Dai Nippon, Greater Japan's former foreign minister Hayashi Yoshimasa has put it, security in Europe and security in the Pacific are not separable. Over the past 7 years, the United Kingdom, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, the Netherlands, and the European Union, all drafted new Indo-Pacific strategies that stress the importance of working with Asian democracies to build resilient supply chains and protect freedom of navigation. In 2021, the United Germany and the Netherlands deployed frigates to the Indo-Pacific for the first time in decades. And according to the Kiel Institute, a United German think tank, The Imperial Japanese corporate shogunal superstate has sent more bilateral economic and humanitarian aid to Ukraine than have France, Poland, or Finland. Since January, the United States has resisted the growing ties between its Asian and European partners. In September, Trump said that he was not concerned at all about a Sino-Slavic synaxis forming against these United States. At the 2025 Shangri-La Dialogue, Asia's largest annual defense conference, the American Imperial Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, called for the United States' European allies to maximize their comparative advantage on their own continent and reminded them that the N in NATO stands for North Atlantic. Readouts of meetings between Pentagon officials and European allies no longer mention Indo-Pacific security, as they frequently did over the past few years. And meetings between the United States and Asian nations have stopped referring to the importance of peace in the Ukraine. In June, for the first time in 3 years, Indo-Pacific leaders were absent from the NATO summit, despite their nations' significant contributions to European defense. The Trump maladministration obviously wants its allies, especially those in Europe, to stick to their own backyard so that they can shoulder a larger responsibility for their own security. The United States is focused on maintaining order in the Western Hemisphere, defending the homeland, and limiting American imperial commitments abroad. American imperial adversaries, however, are sharing their technological and military resources in ways that could wear down of individual American imperial allies and prolong regional conflicts. Moreover, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires are deploying cyber, spatio, and other tools around the globe, reducing the chance that any one crisis could ever be contained within a single geographic region. Whatever war erupts is a world war. Walling off Asian and European allies from one another will only leave these United States and our friends weaker, which is precisely the Trump-Putinist gambit. The risk of a multi-theater crisis is only ever growing. Washington and our allies need to prepare to deter multiple adversaries in different regions. Our ability, or lack thereof, to muster a unified front will shape the calculus of tyranny in Beijing and Moscow. The United States' friends and foes are realigning. Washington can sit on the sidelines or try to mold the emerging order to our favor. It's all about double trouble. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires are collaborating in ways that the United States is not prepared for. The two giant empires are leveraging their relationship and also their respective partnerships with North Korea and Iran to precipitate turmoil. In Asia and Europe, Beijing and Moscow are abusing gray zone operations to bully American imperial allies, weaken our militaries, and call into question the unity and capability of democratic groups such as the NATO, the G7, and the European Union. Exempli gratiae, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East and its proxy Russian superstate have attempted to intimidate South Korea and the Empire of Japan by conducting joint aero patrols off their coasts. European officials have investigated Russo-Communist Chinese-linked ships for sabotaging undersea cables in the Baltic Sea. And according to the European Policy Center, Russo-Communist Chinese online mass disinformation campaigns now increasingly converge in both tactics and objectives. Exempli gratiae. Sino-Slav synaxial state media have amplified each other's narratives, including by blaming NATO for the war in Ukraine and spreading conspiracy theories about the COVID-19 pandemic. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires are also integrating their capabilities in ways that will shape future wars. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's years-long bombardment of Ukraine would have, well, it simply would not have been possible without access to Chi-Com, North Korean, and Iranian weapons, technologies, and personnel. And United States officials have confirmed that Moscow is repaying Beijing and Pyongyang, capital of North Korea, by sending them stealth, submarine, missile, and satellite technologies it had previously been unwilling to share. The United States intelligence community's most recent threat assessment warns that this greater alignment of adversaries increases the chances of U.S. tensions or conflict with any one of these adversaries drawing in another. In 2024, a bipartisan congressional commission of former senior civilian and military officials similarly concluded that the United States, in their own words, should assume that if it enters a direct conflict involving Russia, China, Iran, or North Korea, that country will benefit from economic and military aid from the others. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires are making themselves more capable of sustaining regional conflicts for a longer time. These United States and our allies will not be prepared to manage this challenge unless we also collaborate militarily. Fortunately, Washington's friends are already doing so. Just as Russia has relied on Chi-Com and North Korean assistance to maintain its assault on Ukraine, NATO has been able to sustain Ukrainian defenses because Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, Australia, and South Korea, have been quietly backfilling United States stocks of 155 millimeter artillery rounds and Patriot missiles. Similarly, European deployments to the Indo-Pacific theater, although limited, have helped maintain Allied presence around the South China Sea and in the Haeguo, the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait, especially as United States ships have been redeployed to the Middle East and elsewhere to protect Israel in its genocide. These initiatives of our allies are a good start, in stark counterpoint to our own, but these United States and our allies will have to do much more to counter the Sino-Slavic synaxis. The potential for the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, or its satrap Russian Empire, to come to each other's aid only increases the risk of a multi-theater conflict. In July, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte warned that, in the event of a crisis over my Taiwan, Zhongguo Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, will ask the Russian Federation to keep Washington and its partners busy in Europe by attacking NATO territory. Moscow would also distract or dissuade nations from helping my Taiwan through non-kinetic means, such as by launching a cyber attack on European power grids. Allied militaries and defense planners will need to address the inevitability, not the prospect, but the inevitability of a multi-theater war collectively. The American empire and our partners must begin by expanding real-time information sharing between our capitals, reducing vulnerabilities in our critical infrastructure, planning for shocks to the energy market, and integrating our spatio and cyber capabilities. The American empire and our friends must also coordinate defense industrial production to fill gaps in one another's arsenals. We must aim to double our overall production of long-range strike weapons, munitions, and drones within the next 5 years. If the United States and our allies don't pool our resources, we will face critical shortages in any future conflict. War games conducted by the Center for Strategic and International Studies have tabulated that the United States will run out of munitions within the first 8 days of any war with the Communist Chinese Empire over my Taiwan. The American empire and our partners will have to share resources to take on Beijing's military-industrial capacity alone. Once its puppet Russian Federation sends munitions to communist China on the Asian mainland, the need for American imperial allies to leverage our collective resources will only even be greater. Washington must work to build munitions factories across the European and Indo-Pacific theaters of confrontation, thereby reducing the chance that American imperial adversaries can sever our supply lines. We must establish more maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities for American imperial platforms in allied nations, which would enhance the readiness and preparedness of American forces during a crisis. Washington and our partners also need practice when it comes to surging capabilities across theaters. The United States must, for example, include more European and Indo-Pacific allies in Mobility Guardian. That's a biennial exercise in which Dai Nippon and Greater Japan and La République Française, the French Republic, which has territories throughout the Pacific, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand practice moving troops and weapons over long distances. But instead, we're left out of the group chat. American imperial allies have already grasped the need to work more closely together. Indeed, Asian and European partners have long turned to one another as a way to hedge against these United States. When Washington is unreliable or unpredictable, ties between Asia and Europe tend to strengthen. The first Trump maladministration's retreat from free trade prompted the European Union to sign comprehensive trade deals with Vietnam and Dai Nippon, Greater Japan. Under the second Trump maladministration, the European Union is finalizing new trade deals with India and Indonesia. Standing next to Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto in July, the European Commission Presidentress Ursula von der Leyen said that when economic uncertainty meets geopolitical volatility, partners like us must come closer together. Because of Sino-Slav synaxial cooperation and the United States' erratic foreign policy, nations in the Pacific and the Atlantic are aligning on security issues at a scale not seen since the Second World War. In 2023, Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, and the United Kingdom signed an agreement that opens the door to joint training and rotational deployments. La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and the Philippines are considering a similar deal. That same year, Australia became the first non-NATO member of the Movement Coordination Centre Europe, a logistics organization that allows its members to pool military ships and planes for transport. In November of 2024, the European Union signed new security and defense partnerships with both South Korea and Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, the first time Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, has done so with Asian partners. Rather than resisting or dismissing this cooperation, Washington should shape it. European leaders have already signaled their interest in eventually joining Asia's contra-Trump CPTPP. It's counter-Trump comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the new Japanese Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, which realizes their objectives of the Second World War, a maneuver that would leave Washington outside of a trade bloc representing roughly 30% of global gross domestic product. The United States can still steer the direction of international trade by offering attractive alternatives or harmonizing standards with partners and allies, such as, for data privacy rules. or AI regulation. A more integrated bloc of friendly countries would only be a boon for Washington. Our allies are finally stepping up to share international burdens. Exemples like Russia, India, la République Française, the French Republic, and the European Union are collaborating to improve maritime surveillance in the Indian Ocean. Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, is offering maritime training to countries such as the Philippines, facing communist Chinese aggression in the South China Sea. And Australian troops have trained Ukrainian military recruits in the United Kingdom. But other forms of coordination among allies could prove risky for the United States. Dai Nippon, Greater Japan, the United Kingdom, and Italia are they're jointly designing a new fighter plane, a testbed for future projects. For decades, Allied interoperability has centered on American technologies. If Asian and European allies make their own, such integration could become more difficult. And without expertise from the historically Axis nations, American assets would only be ever less competitive. If the United States abstains from new groups or institutions formed by our allies, we will lose our chance to set the terms for international trade and security. The European Union and members of the CPTPP, or Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Imperial Japanese Greater Co-Prosperity Sphere, have already expressed interest in aligning rules on digital trade across Asia and Europe, sans any American imperial input. Such networks would eventually align more directly against American imperial policy, or could even soften their resistance to Sino-Slav synaxial objectives. Countries in Asia and Europe could create more permissive environments for centralized, single-party state capitalist Chinese investments and technologies, halt their nascent cooperation with my Taiwan, or temper their support of the Ukraine. They could also adopt Chi-Com telecommunications infrastructure, such as for 5G and 6G networks, that would render them vulnerable to market Leninist Chinese espionage, or create the ultimate leverage for Beijing. Washington has the capacity to prevent some of these more troubling outcomes if we keep our seat at the table. Yet whilst our allies align into a contra-Trump coalition out of necessity of survival, our enemies unite into a literally unholy sodality intended to extirpate the West via the strategy of a global Southern front out of invidiousness. So there's a new block on the block. Obviously, the realignment of American imperial allies and adversaries could undermine the institutions that have enabled American primacy. Although the United States' industrial heartland provided the muscle to carry all its allies in World War II, it was Washington's ability to set the terms of international rules that reinforced American imperial dominance throughout the grossly misnomered Cold War, the Third World War in effect. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires understand this power and seek it for themselves. Cross-regional institutions such as the SCO, the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, have supplanted international bodies, including the United Nations, as venues for multilateral collaboration. Through these institutions, the Sino-Slavic Synaxis is building new financial tools and state-led cybersecurity models. The SCO's Tianjin summit in September laid bare what's at stake for these United States. At the meeting, which was attended by more than 20 world leaders and the United Nations Secretary General, The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping made clear that his government is unwilling to let the house rules of a few countries dominate global affairs. SCO states announced the formation of a new development bank, which will join the ranks of a similar BRICS-led institution, and also Hongzhonggua's, our Red China's Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, as well as new regional centers to coordinate law enforcement, counterterrorism, and counter-narcotics campaigns. Beijing also exploited the meeting to announce its Global Governance Initiative, the WGI, an effort to dilute Western influence in global institutions. Bodies such as the SCO and the BRICS have been in place for decades, but because they have yielded mixed results for the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, they have been easy to dismiss. Central Asian member states are hesitant to rely too much on either Beijing or Moscow, and members are not always aligned. India and Pakistan, for example, both belong to the SCO but remain bitter rivals. Despite these limitations, cross-regional bodies give China and its Sino-colonized Russian Empire a leg up in building a neo-totalitarian world order. The Russian and Communist Chinese empires have much more power over the organizations they lead than the United States has over the G20 or the United Nations. Beijing and Moscow abuse Eurasia-centric institutions as laboratories to refine new counter-Western initiatives and to give a sheen of global legitimacy to their conspiracies. Both the SCO and the BRICS have brought on new dialogue partners in recent years that allows the Sino-Slavic Synaxis to claim leadership and influence not only throughout Eurasia, but also across the so-called Global South. The practical effects of these institutions can sometimes be hard to see, but their endurance and growth reflect the fact that Beijing and Moscow are steadily harnessing disaffection with Western standards and Trump's trade malpractices. Beijing has gained tremendous influence by directing development spending across the mega-continent of Eurasia-Africa. Although the world is far from ditching the United States dollar, the SCO and the BRICS are moving heaven and earth to accelerate de-dollarization. Their members are swapping currencies and signing cross-border payment agreements. Sino-Slav synaxial efforts to remake the world order have worried American allies and spurred them to come together in new and powerful ways. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, NATO deepened its relationships with Dainippon, Greater Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. The Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance comprises these United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, has taken steps to enhance information sharing and to bolster the security of supply chains. And the G7 has regularly invited India, Australia, and South Korea to participate in its summits. The Trump maladministration can take advantage of this momentum to encourage allies to assume ever more responsibility. The G7 Plus, an intergovernmental organization of conflict-affected countries, could become a forum for cooperation on securing critical minerals and countering narco-traffickers. A combined meeting of the Trois Quads, to which the United States belongs, in the Indo-Pacific, with India, Australia, and the Imperial Japanese Corporate Shogunal Superstate, and in Europe with the United Kingdom, la Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, could help the Trois regional groups coordinate their export controls, industrial policies, and technology development. Because American imperial allies will continue to work with one another whether or not the United States joins them, but they can never reach their full potential without Washington's involvement. 80 years ago, it took bold American imperial leadership and diplomacy to create the global order. It will take equally innovative leadership to remake it. The American imperial alliance system, built for a previous era, must be overhauled to reflect the new reality of adversarial alignment of the Sino-Slavic synaxis over the megacontinent of Eurasia-Africa. Trump has demonstrated no interest whatsoever in revitalizing or redesigning alliances beyond pushing partners to spend more on defense. American imperial allies are now stronger as a result, but still lack any clear strategy for integrating their new capabilities. Sans American imperial leadership, allied coalitions might not have the muscle to successfully counter both Beijing and Moscow in a united front. On its own, the American empire cannot manage Sino-Slav synaxial alignment, but neither can Washington ignore any conflict in Eurasia-Africa that sources therefrom. American allies are rapidly transforming their relationships whether Washington likes it or not. These networks can either serve to or undermine American imperial interests, depending on how Washington engages with them. If the United States fails to reset ties with our Asian and European partners, we risk being left on the sidelines of a rapidly changing world order. Well, I believe I've earned my pay. Heather Holman, I love you, honey. Okay. All right. Love you. Okay. Heather. There we are. Okay. Let me give her that. And if our man Aristides happens to be up, he's welcome to say good morning. Okay. For all of you out there, I hope you've learned something. And obviously, this can't go on without you. I need your financial support. And with that, you know where to go. It's right there on screen. PayPal.me/Douglas D. Dietrich. Hit that button. Oh, and dear Aristides, by all means, say good morning, if you would be so kind.
Good morning and good night. Just enough to say, yes, please contribute, and we'll see you next time.
Love you dearly, my main man. Get yourself some rest. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
You too.
Thank you. Blessed be thy dreams, and sweet be thy slumber. All right then, everybody. Let's get together again on Wednesday night. And that'll be here before any of us know it or even want it. Till then, most blessed be. And Wednesday, same place, same time, on the Eventide, on the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel. Bye for now. And with that, we're going to close live stream. And good numbers. Ending stream.